Section 61 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson J. Lossing. Draft of a Declaration by the Representatives of the United States of America in General Congress assembled. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with inherent and inalienable rights. The words inherent and inalienable replaced by certain unalienable, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, begun at a distant period, the words begun at a distant period and eliminated, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to expunge, the word expunge eliminated and replaced by alter, their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of unremitting, the word unremitting eliminated and replaced with repeated, injuries and usurpations, among which appears no solitary fact to contradict the uniform tenor of the rest, but the words among which appears no solitary fact to contradict the uniform tenor of the rest, but have been eliminated and replaced with having all, have, the word have, eliminated and replaced with having, indirect object, the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world, for the truth of which we pledge a faith yet unsullied by falsehood. For the truth of which we pledge a faith yet unsullied by falsehood, have been eliminated. He has refused his assent to laws the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained. And when so suspended, he has neglected utterly, the words neglected utterly have been eliminated and replaced with utterly neglected, to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the repository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly and continually, the words "and continually" eliminated, for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. He has suffered the administration of justice totally to cease in some of these states. The words "he has suffered the administration of justice totally to cease in some of these states" have been eliminated and replaced with "he has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made our" the word "our" has been eliminated "judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices by a self-assumed power" the words "by a self-assumed power" have been eliminated "and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies and ships of war" the words "and ships of war" have been eliminated "without the consent of our legislatures. He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our constitutions and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us of the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond the seas to be tried for pretended offenses, for abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these states. The word states has been eliminated and replaced with colonies. For taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments. For suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here, withdrawing his governors, and the words "withdrawing his governors and" have been replaced with "by declaring us out of his allegiance," and the words "allegiance and" have been eliminated, protection, and waging war against us. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy. To this has been added the words, scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. He has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions of existence. He has excited treasonable insurrections of our fellow citizens with the allurements of forfeiture and confiscation of our property. The words of existence, he has excited treasonable insurrections of our fellow citizens with the allurements of forfeiture and confiscation of our property, have been eliminated. He has constrained others. The word others has been replaced with our fellow citizens, taken captive on the high seas, to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. The following paragraph was eliminated. He has waged civil war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, captivating and carrying them into slavery in another hemisphere, or to incur miserable death in their transportation thither. This piratical warfare, the opprobrium of infidel powers, is the warfare of the Christian King of Great Britain. Determined to keep open a market where men should be bought and sold, he has prostituted his negative for suppressing every legislative attempt to prohibit or to restrain this execrable commerce, and that this assemblage of horrors might want no fact of distinguished dye, he is now exciting those very people to rise in arms among us, and to purchase that liberty of which he has deprived them, by murdering the people upon whom he obtruded them, thus paying off former crimes committed against the liberties of one people with crimes which he urges them to commit against the lives of another. In every stage of these oppressions we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a people who mean to be free. The words people who mean to be free have been replaced with free people. The following sentences have been eliminated. Future ages will scarce believe that the hardiness of one man adventured within the short compass of 12 years only to build a foundation so broad and undisguised for tyranny over a people, fostered and fixed in principles of freedom. Nor have we been wanting in attentions to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend the word a has been eliminated and replaced with an unwarrantable jurisdiction over these our states. The words these our states have been eliminated and replaced with us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration and settlement here. The following has been eliminated, no one of which could warrant so strange a pretension, that these were effected at the expense of our own blood and treasure, unassisted by the wealth or the strength of Great Britain, that in constituting indeed our several forms of government, we had adopted one common king, thereby laying a foundation for perpetual league and amity with them, but that to their parliament was no part of our constitution, nor ever in idea, if history may be credited, and we has been replaced with have, appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, as well as to. The words as well as to have been eliminated and replaced with, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations which were likely to. The words were likely to have been eliminated and replaced with would inevitably interrupt our connections and correspondence. They too have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. The following has been eliminated. And when occasions have been given them by the regular course of their laws of removing from their councils the disturbers of our harmony, they have by their free election re-established them in power. At this very time, too, they are permitting their chief magistrate to send over not only soldiers of our common blood, but Scotch and foreign mercenaries to invade and destroy us. These facts have given the last stab to agonizing affection, and manly spirit bids us to renounce forever these unfeeling brethren. We must endeavor to forget our former love for them. We must therefore acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation, and hold them, as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace, friends. The following has been eliminated. We might have been a free and great people together, but a communication of grandeur and of freedom, it seems, is below their dignity. Be it so, since they will have it. The road to happiness and to glory is open to us too. We will climb it apart from them, and acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our eternal separation. We therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do, in the name and by the authority of the good people of these, the following has been eliminated. States, reject and renounce all allegiance and subjection to the kings of Great Britain, and others who may hereafter claim by, through, or under them. We utterly dissolve all political connection which may heretofore have subsisted between us and the Parliament or people of Great Britain. And finally, we do assert the colonies to be free and independent states. The preceding phrase, replaced by colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved. And that, as free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, the following words have been added: with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. End of section 61. Section 62 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson J. Lossing. The foregoing draft of a Declaration of Independence was debated, paragraph after paragraph, from the 28th of June, the day it was reported, until the 4th of July, and many alterations, omissions, and amendments, it has been seen, were made. In the meanwhile, the friends of the measure were fearful that a unanimous vote of all the colonies could not be obtained, inasmuch as Maryland and Pennsylvania refused to sanction the measure. The delegates from the former colony were unanimously in favor of it, while those of the latter were divided in opinion. In consequence of the action in the Assembly of Pennsylvania, it was deemed important that the sense of the people upon the momentous question before Congress should be taken, and accordingly a convention was called to meet at Philadelphia on the 24th of June, consisting of committees from each county. The members of that convention, acting as the representatives of the people of Pennsylvania, passed a resolution in which they expressed their willingness to concur in a vote of Congress declaring the United Colonies free and independent states. This resolution left the Pennsylvania delegates free to act according to the dictates of their own judgments and consciences. As we have already observed in the biography of Charles Carroll and others of the delegates from Maryland, the convention of that colony, as late as the latter part of May, instructed their delegates not to vote for independence. But through the indefatigable labors and great influence of Chase, Carroll, Paca, and others, another convention was held in that colony, and on the 28th of June they recalled their former instructions and empowered their delegates to concur with the other colonies in a declaration of independence, in forming a union among the colonies, in making foreign alliances, and in adopting such measures as should be judged necessary for securing the liberties of America. On the day upon which the committee reported the declaration, it was referred to a committee of the whole House, and all the colonies assented to it, except Pennsylvania and Delaware. 4 of the 7 delegates from the former voted against it, and the 2 delegates from Delaware who were present were divided, Thomas McKean in favor of it, and George Reed opposed to it. It came up for final decision on the 4th of July. Robert Morris and John Dickinson of Pennsylvania were absent. The former was in favor, the latter was against the resolution. Of the 5 who were present, Dr. Franklin, James Wilson, and John Morton were in favor of it, and Willing and Humphreys were opposed to it. So the vote of Pennsylvania was secured. To obtain the vote of Delaware, Mr. McKean, after the vote on the 1st of July, sent an express after Mr. Rodney, the other delegate from that colony, then 80 miles distant. He arrived in time to cast his vote on the 4th, and thus made a majority for Delaware. Thus a unanimous vote of the colonies was given in favor of declaring the United Colonies free and independent states, having full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. From that day the word colony is not known in our history. Several of the amendments and alterations of the original draft of the Declaration of Independence were merely verbal ones, but there were others involving matters of serious import. It has been said that the paragraph commencing with the words, "He has waged a cruel war against human nature itself," etc., was not palatable to those delegates who were slave holders, and that it was stricken out, lest it should be a cause for them to cast a negative vote on the question. But there is not the least shadow of evidence to prove that such selfish motives guided anyone in that august assembly. On the contrary, it was a high and holy regard for truth and justice which caused that eloquent paragraph to be stricken out. The Congress in that declaration was enumerating those aggressions against the rights and privileges of the colonies, justly chargeable upon George III as an individual, having been done by his personal sanction, or by his delegated representatives. Such being the case, it was manifestly unjust, indeed not strictly true, to charge him with the evils concomitant to slavery and the slave trade. This trade was begun and carried on long before the reign of even the first George, and it is not known that George III ever gave his assent to anything relating to slavery, except to abolish it and declare the trade a piracy. The Declaration as amended and adopted by Congress, and which was sent forth to the world as the voice of the people of the 13 United States, was as follows: When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves, by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has refused his assent to laws the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operations, till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the repository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws for the naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migration hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. He has obstructed the administration of justice, by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices, and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices, and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. He has kept among us, in times of peace, standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our constitutions and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses, for abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies, for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments, for suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens, taken captive on the high seas, to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He has excited domestic insurrections among us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. In every stage of these oppressions we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attentions to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably interrupt our connections and correspondence. They, too, have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. We must, therefore, acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation, and hold them as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace, friends. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions due in the name and by the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved, and that, as free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. This declaration was signed on the day of its adoption by John Hancock, the President of Congress, only, and with his name alone it was sent forth to the world. It was ordered to be entered at length upon the journal, and it was also ordered to be engrossed upon parchment for the delegates to sign it. This solemn act was done on the 2nd day of August following by 54 delegates, and 2 others signed it subsequently, they not being present at that time, making the whole number of the signers 56. The declaration was received with public demonstrations of approbation throughout the whole land. Processions were formed, cannons were fired, bells were rung, orations were pronounced, and everything which delight could suggest was exhibited. Everywhere the hearts of the patriots were gladdened, and although long years of trial and misery and bloody strife appeared before them, they felt that by this act half the work was accomplished, for, as union is strength, they were then strong. Having thus briefly glanced at the events immediately connected with the conception, preparation, and adoption of the Declaration of Independence, we now propose to examine and prove the truth of the various specific charges made therein against the King of Great Britain. It must be borne in mind that the royal governors, the king's deputies acting as his representatives, were regarded in these charges as the king himself, and wherever they were guilty of a sin of omission or commission in the exercise of their authority, it was considered as the act of the sovereign. End of Section 62.
Section 63 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Polam. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. Grievances of the Declaration of Independence, 1 through 5. 1. He has refused his assent to laws the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. After the conclusion of a general peace in 1763 between Great Britain and the states of Europe with which she had been at war for 7 long years, the conduct of the government toward its American colonies was very materially altered. Whether it arose from avarice or from a jealousy of the power of the colonies so signally displayed during the war just closed, or a fear that a knowledge of that power would make the colonists aspire to political independence, it is not easy to determine. It is probable that these several causes combined engendered those acts of direct and indirect oppression which finally impelled the colonies to open rebellion. The growing commercial importance of the colonies, and their rapidly accumulating wealth and more rapid increase of population, required new laws to be enacted from time to time to meet the exigencies which these natural increments produced. The colonial assemblies made several enactments touching their commercial operations, the emission of a colonial currency, and colonial representation in the imperial parliament, all of which would have been highly beneficial to the colonies and not at all prejudicial to the best interests of Great Britain. But the jealousies of weak or wicked ministers, excited by the still stronger jealousies of colonial governors, interposed between the king and his American subjects, and to those laws, so wholesome and necessary for the public good, he refused his loyal assent. When the excitements produced by the Stamp Act resulted in popular tumults, and public property was destroyed and royal authority was defied, the home government, through Secretary Conway, informed the Americans that these things should be overlooked, provided the Assembly should, by appropriations, make full compensation for all losses thus sustained. This requisition the Assemblies complied with, but in Massachusetts, where most of the indemnification was to be made, the legislature, in authorizing the payment thereof, granted free pardon to all concerned in the tumults, desiring thus to test the sincerity of the proposition of the Crown to forgive the offenders. This act was wholesome and necessary for the public good, for it would have produced quiet and a return of the confidence in the promises of the king. But the king and his council disallowed the act. He refused his assent. 2. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. In 1764, the Assembly of New York were desirous of taking measures to conciliate the Indian tribes, particularly the Six Nations, and to attach them firmly to the British colonies. To this measure Governor Colden lent his cheerful assent privately, but representations having been made to the king by an agent of Lord Bute, then traveling in the colonies, that the ulterior design was to add new strength to the physical power of the colonists for some future action inimical to their dependence upon Great Britain, the monarch sent instructions to all his governors to desist from such alliances or to suspend their operations until his assent should be given. With this order the matter rested, for then, as was doubtless his intention, he utterly neglected to attend to them. The Assembly of Massachusetts in 1770 passed a law for taxing the commissioners of customs and other officers of the Crown the same as other citizens. Of this they complained to the king, and he sent instructions to Governor Hutchinson to assent to no tax bill of this kind, without first obtaining their royal consent. These instructions were in violation of the express power of the Charter of Massachusetts, and the Assembly by resolution declared that for the governor to withhold his assent to bills merely by the force of his instructions is vacating the charter, giving instructions the force of law within the province. Neither the Assembly nor the governor would yield, and no tax bill was passed that session. The Assembly was prorogued until September, and then again until April 1772, and all that while laws of pressing importance were virtually annulled, the king utterly neglected to attend to them. 3. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only. In the spring of 1774, Parliament passed a bill by which the free system of English government in Canada, or as it was called the province of Quebec, was radically changed. Instead of the popular representative system by colonial assembly, as obtained in the other Anglo-American colonies, the government was vested in a legislative council, having all power except that of levying taxes. The members of the council were appointed by the Crown, the tenure of their office depending upon the will of the king. Thus the people were deprived of the representative privilege. A large majority of the inhabitants were French Roman Catholics, and as the same act established that religion in the province, they considered this a sufficient equivalent for the political privilege that had been taken away from them. But large districts of people of English descent bordering on Nova Scotia felt this act to be a grievous burden, for they had ever been taught that the right of representation was the dearest prerogative conferred by the Magna Carta of Great Britain. They, therefore, sent strong remonstrances to Parliament and humble petitions to the king to restore them this right. But not only were their remonstrances and petitions unheeded, but their efforts to procure the passage of laws by the Legislative Council touching their commercial regulations with Nova Scotia were fruitless, and they were plainly told by Governor Carleton, under instructions from the Secretary for Foreign Affairs, that no such laws should be passed until they should cease their clamors for representation and quietly submit to the administration of the new laws. But, like their more southern neighbors, they could not consent to sacrifice the principle, even upon the stern demands of hard necessity, and they were obliged to forego the advantages for the asked-for enactments would have given. The right, which they claimed was a right guaranteed by the British Constitution and was inestimable to them. But as the right was formidable to tyrants, and as the king by his sanction of the destruction of free English laws in Canada had dared to become such, they were obliged to submit, or else relinquish the right of representation in the legislature. About the same time, a bill was passed for the better regulating the government in the province of Massachusetts Bay. This bill provided for an alteration in the constitution of that province, as it stood upon the charter of William III, to do away with the popular elections which decided everything in that colony, to take away the executive power out of the hands of the growing Democratic Party, and to vest the nominations of the council, of the judges, and of magistrates of all kinds, including sheriffs, in the crown, and in some cases in the king's governor. This act deprived the people of free representation in the legislature, and when in the exercise of their rights and on the refusal of the governor to issue warrants for the election of members of the assembly in accordance with the provisions of their charter before altered, they called a convention. Their express wishes for the passage of laws for the accommodation of large districts of people were entirely disregarded. They were refused the passage of necessary laws unless they would quietly relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only. 4. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the repository of their public records for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. The inhabitants of Boston became the special objects of ministerial vengeance after the news of the destruction of tea in that harbor reached England. That event occurred on the evening of the 16th of December, 1773, and in February following, the matter was laid before Parliament. It was at once determined to punish severely the people of that refractory town, and accordingly Lord North, then Prime Minister, presented a bill which provided for the total annihilation of the trade and commerce of Boston, and the removal of the courts, officers of customs, etc. therefrom. This was the famous Boston Port Bill, and it went into effect on the 1st of June following. General Gage, who had been appointed governor of the province, arrived at Boston about the last of May, and at once proceeded, according to his instructions, to remove the courts, etc., from that town. He also adjourned the assembly on the 31st of May to meet on the 7th of June at Salem. But he retained all the public records in Boston, so that if the members of the assembly had been so disposed, they could not have referred to them. Military power ruled there, 2 regiments of British troops being encamped upon the commons. The Patriotic Assembly, although distant from the repository of the public records and in a place extremely uncomfortable, were not fatigued into compliance with his measures. But in spite of the governor, they elected delegates to a general congress. They adopted various other measures for the public good and then adjourned. 5. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. In January 1768, the Assembly of Massachusetts addressed a circular to all the other colonies, asking their cooperation with them in asserting and maintaining the principle that Great Britain had no right to tax the colonies without their consent. This was a bold measure, and more than all others displeased the British ministry. As soon as intelligence of this proceeding reached the ministry, Lord Hillsborough, the Secretary for Foreign Affairs, was directed to send a letter to Bernard, the governor of Massachusetts, in which it was declared that His Majesty considers this step as evidently tending to create unwarrantable combinations, to excite unjustifiable opposition to the constitutional authority of Parliament. And then he added, "It is the King's pleasure that as soon as the General Court is again assembled at the time prescribed by the Charter, you require of the House of Representatives in His Majesty's name to rescind the resolutions which gave birth to the circular letter from the Speaker, and to declare their disapprobation of and dissent to that rash and hasty proceeding. If the new Assembly should refuse to comply with His Majesty's reasonable expectations, it is the King's pleasure that you should immediately dissolve them." In accordance with his instructions, Governor Bernard required the Assembly to rescind the resolutions. To this requisition the House replied, "If the votes of this House are to be controlled by the direction of a minister, we have left us but a vain semblance of liberty. We have now only to inform you that this House have voted not to rescind, and that on a division on the question there were 92 yeas and 17 nays." The governor at once proceeded to dissolve the Assembly, but before the act was accomplished, that body had prepared a list of serious accusations against him, and a petition to the king for his removal. Counter-circulars were sent to the several colonies, warning them to beware imitating the factious and rebellious conduct of Massachusetts, but they entirely failed to produce the intended effect, and the assemblies in several of the colonies were dissolved by the respective governors. In 1769, the assemblies of Virginia and North Carolina were dissolved by their governors for adopting resolutions boldly denying the right of the king and Parliament to tax the colonies, to remove offenders out of the country for trial, and other acts which infringed upon the sacred rights of the people. In 1774, when the various colonial assemblies entertained the proposition for a general congress, they were nearly all dissolved by the respective governors, to prevent the adoption of the scheme and the election of delegates to the National Council. But the people assembled in popular conventions, assumed legislative powers, and elected their delegates to a general congress, in spite of the efforts of royal minions to restrain them. These dissolutions of representative houses repeatedly only tended to inflame the minds of the people and widen the breach between them and their rulers. End of section 63. Section 64 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Pullum. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. Grievances of the Declaration of Independence, 6 through 10. 6. He has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers incapable of annihilation have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. Soon after the repeal of the Stamp Act in 1767, the colonists were again alarmed at the expressed intention of ministers to enforce a new clause in the Mutiny Act. This act granted power to every officer upon obtaining a warrant from a justice to break into any house by day or by night in search of deserters. The new clause alluded to provided that the troops sent out from England should be furnished with quarters, beer, salt, and vinegar at the expense of the colonies. The people justly regarded this as disguised taxation, and opposed it as a violation of the same principles as those upon which the Stamp Act trampled. Besides, the soldiers were insolent and overbearing toward the citizens. They were known to be quartered here for the purpose of abridging and subduing the independent actions of the people, and the supplies demanded were to be drawn from the very men whom they came to injure and oppress. The Assembly of New York refused to make the required provisions for the troops, and in consequence of this disobedience of royal orders, its legislative functions were entirely suspended. The Assembly was prohibited from making any bill, order, resolution, or vote except for adjourning or choosing a speaker until the requirements were complied with. Consequently, the legislative powers incapable of annihilation returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. Thus matters stood for several months. The Assembly of Massachusetts also, after its dissolution by the governor in July 1768, was not permitted to meet again until the last Wednesday of May 1769, and then they found the State House surrounded by a military guard, with cannon pointed directly at the place wherein they met for deliberation. Thus restricted in the free exercise of their functions as legislators, the power they had possessed returned to the people, because it was annulled in them by restraining their freedom of action. 7. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose, obstructing the laws for the naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migration hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. John, Earl of Bute, was the pupil and favorite companion of George III while he was yet Prince of Wales, and when on the sudden death of his grandfather, George II, he became king, he looked to this nobleman for counsel and advice. He was one of his first cabinet, and so completely did he influence the mind of the king at the beginning of his reign that those who wished for place or preferment first made their suits to the Earl of Bute. Among other measures advised by Bute was the employment of men in secret service in different parts of the realm to keep the king advised of all that in any way affected the power, stability, and glory of the crown. An agent of this kind was sent by Bute to America, and the glowing account which he gave of the rapid growth of the colonists in wealth and number after the peace of 1763, and the great influx of German immigrants caused Bute to advise his royal master to look well to those things, lest the spirit of independence should grow side by side with the increase of power, which would finally refuse to acknowledge a distant sovereignty and defy the authority of the British crown. Some of the colonial governors within whose jurisdiction immigrants had been most freely settled encouraged this idea, for they found that German people in general strongly imbued with the principles of political freedom. Added to this innate characteristic, they remembered the German battlefields where George II, in his efforts to maintain the electorate of Hanover, had been the cause of the offering of whole hecatombs of their countrymen upon the altar of the Moloch War. George III, therefore, at the instigation of Bute, took measures to arrest any influence which this Germanic leaven might exert, and he cast obstacles in the way of further immigration to any extent. He also became jealous of the tendency to immigration to the more salubrious states, especially Roman Catholic Maryland, which the French of Canada exhibited, fearing their ancient animosities might by contact with the English colonies weaken the loyalty of the latter. The colonists, on the other hand, joyfully hailed the approach of the German immigrants, and extended the right hand of fellowship to their now peaceful French brethren. Both interest and policy dictated this course toward the immigrant, and the colonial assemblies adopted various measures to encourage their migration hither. Unwilling to excite alarm among the colonists, the king endeavored to thwart the operation of these measures by instructing his governors to refuse their assent to many of those enactments until the royal consent should be obtained. Such refusals were made under various pretenses, and there was so much delay in the administration of naturalization laws, through which alone foreigners could hold lands in fee and enjoy other privileges, that immigration in a measure ceased. The easy condition, too, upon which lands on the frontiers were conveyed to foreigners were so changed that little inducement was held out to them to leave their native country, and the bright prospect of the valley of the Ohio peopled and cultivated, which appeared at the peace of '63, faded away, and the gloom of the interminable forest alone met the eye. So much that these obstructions checked immigration that when the War of the Revolution broke out, the current had quite ceased to flow hitherward. Bute, however, was right in his conjecture about the independent spirit which the German immigrants would evince, if occasion should offer, for when the Revolution broke forth, almost the entire German population, numbering about 200,000, took side with the patriots. 8. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. Under the act already referred to for the better regulation of the government of Massachusetts Bay, adopted in March 1774, the judiciary powers were taken out of the hands of the people. The judges were appointed by the Crown, were subject to its will, and depended upon it for the emoluments of office. These emoluments, too, were paid to them out of moneys extracted from the people of the colonies by the Commissioners of Customs in the form of duties, and therefore the judges were more obnoxious to the hate and contempt of the colonists. They were also, by this act, deprived in most cases of the benefits of trial by jury, and the lives and property of the people were placed in the custody of myrmidons of royalty. The administration of justice was effectively obstructed, and the very rights which the people of England so manfully asserted and successfully defended in the Revolution of 1688 were trampled underfoot. In other colonies, too, the administration of justice was so obstructed by the interference of the royal governors that it had but the semblance of existence left. The people tried every honorable means by petitions to the king, addresses to the parliament, and votes in legislative assemblies and in popular conventions to have laws passed either in the provincial legislature or in the Supreme National Council for establishing judiciary powers. But their efforts were ineffectual. Power stood in the place of right and exercised authority, and under the goadings of a system of wrong and oppression, the people resorted to arms to right themselves by abolishing the forms, and in prostrating the power of a monarchy became odious through the maladministration of weak or wicked ministers. 9. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices, and the amount and payment of their salaries. In 1773, an act was passed by the British Parliament on motion of Lord North to make the governors and judges quite independent of those they governed, by paying their salaries directly from the national treasury, instead of making them dependent upon the appropriations of the colonial assemblies for that purpose. This measure, making the public service in the colonies wholly dependent upon the Crown for support and independent of the people, was calculated to make them pliant instruments in the hands of their masters, ready at all times to do the bidding of the king and his council. The various colonial assemblies strongly protested against the measure, and out of the excitement and just alarm which followed, that mighty lever of the Revolution, the system of committees of correspondence, was brought forth and vigorously applied. Early in 1774, the Massachusetts Assembly required the judges in that colony to state explicitly whether they intended to receive their salaries from the Crown. Chief Justice Oliver declared that to be his intention, and the Assembly proceeded at once to impeach him. By a vote of 96 to 9, he was declared to be obnoxious to the people of the colony, and a petition to the governor for his removal was adopted. The governor refused compliance with this express will of the people, and this was presumptive evidence that the governor, too, intended to receive his salary from the Crown. This matter produced much irritation and just cause for the bitter complaint on the part of the colonists. The governor, assuming the right to keep a judge in his seat contrary to the wishes of the people, and the Crown paying his salary, made him dependent upon the will of the king alone for the tenure of his office, and the amount and payment of his emoluments. 10. He has erected a multitude of new offices, and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people, and eat out their substance. The passage of the Stamp Act in 1765 called for the establishment of a new officer in every seaport town, who was entitled Stamp Master. It was his business to dispose of the stamps and collect the revenue accruing from the same. In 1766, an act was passed for imposing rates and duties payable in the colonies. This act called for the creation of collectors of the customs, and swarms of officers were brought into being. In 1767, an act was adopted to enable His Majesty to put the customs and other duties in America under the management of commissioners, etc., and a board of commissioners was at once erected. The members were paid high salaries, besides having many perquisites, all of which were paid by the colonists. In 1768, Admiralty and Vice Admiralty courts were established on a new model, and an increase in the number of officers was made, and thus, by act after act, each receiving the royal signature, were sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. End of section 64. Section 65 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Pullum. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson. Grievances of the Declaration of Independence, 11 through 16. 11. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. After the Peace of Paris in 1764, when by treaty the 7 Years' War was ended, and quiet was for a time restored in both Europe and America, Great Britain, instead of withdrawing her regular troops from America, left quite a large number here, and required the colonists to contribute to their support. On the surface of things, there appeared no reason for this standing army in time of peace, but there can be little doubt, as we have before said, that growing jealousy of the power and independent feeling of the colonists, and an already conceived design to tax the colonies without their consent, were the true cause of the presence of armed men among a peaceful people. They were doubtless intended to suppress democracy and republican independence, and to enforce every revenue law, however arbitrary and unjust soever it might be. The colonists felt this, and hence the presence of the British troops was always a cause for irritation and unappeased discontent. And finally, when the people of Massachusetts began openly to resist the encroachments of British power, a large standing army was quartered in its capital for no other purpose than to awe them into submission to a tyrant's will. 12. He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. In the spring of 1774, General Gage, who was the commander-in-chief of all the British forces in America, was appointed governor of Massachusetts, and the first civil duty he was called upon to perform was to carry into effect the provisions of the Boston Port Bill. To sustain and enforce this harsh measure, he introduced 2 regiments of troops into Boston, and soon afterward they were reinforced by several regiments from Halifax, Quebec, New York, and Ireland. By an order of the king, the authority of the commander-in-chief, and under him the brigadier generals, was rendered supreme in all civil governments in America. This, be it remembered, was in a time of peace, and thus an uncontrolled military power was vested in officers not known as civil functionaries to the constitution of any colony. The military was rendered independent of and superior to the civil power. 13. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation. One of the most prominent acts obnoxious to this serious charge was the establishment by Act of Parliament, under the sanction of the King, of a Board of Trade in the colonies, independent of colonial legislation, and the creation of resident commissioners of customs to enforce strictly the revenue laws. This act was passed in July 1767, and when news of its adoption reached America, it produced a perfect tornado of indignation throughout the colonies. The people perceived clearly that they were now not only to be subjected to the annoyance of unqualified assertions that Parliament had a right to bind the colonies in all cases whatsoever, but they were to be subject to the actual control of persons appointed to carry out these principles avowed by the British ministry. The establishment of this Board of Trade in the colonies, unto whom was given power to regulate the customs and secure the revenue, the modeling of the admiralty courts upon a basis which quite excluded trial by jury therein, and the supremacy given to the military power in 1774, as alluded to in the next preceding charge, are all evidences that prove the truth and justice of this charge. The Commissioners of Customs arrived in May 1768, and at Boston they entered vigorously upon their duties, and the riots which ensued on the seizure by them of a vessel belonging to John Hancock attest the deep feeling of resistance in the hearts of the people to a jurisdiction foreign to their Constitution and unacknowledged by their laws. The powers which the commissioners possessed in connection with the Board of Trade, in the appointment of an indefinite number of subordinates, and in controlling legislative action were dangerous to the liberties of the people, for they claimed the right of adjudicating in all matters connected with the customs. The jurisdiction, too, of the newly modeled courts of admiralty, where in many cases a trial by jury was denied, was foreign to their Constitution and unacknowledged by their laws. When, in 1774, the Charter of Massachusetts was altered, the character of the Colonial Council was changed. Before that time, the members of the Council answering to our Senate were chosen by the General Assembly, but in the alteration, it was provided that after the 1st of August of that year, they should be chosen by the King, to consist of not more than 36 nor less than 12, and to hold their office during his pleasure. To the governor was given almost unlimited power, and the people were subjected to a jurisdiction foreign to their Constitution, and the assent of the king was given to the acts of pretended legislation made by these crown-chosen senators. 14. For quartering large bodies of armed troops among us. In 1767, the patriotic movements of the colonists so alarmed the British ministry that they determined to repress the Republican feeling by force, if necessary. For this purpose, Lord Hillsborough sent a secret letter to General Gage, then in Halifax, telling him that it was the King's pleasure that he should send 1 regiment or more to Boston to assist the civil magistrate and the officers of revenue. About the same time, Governor Bernard of Massachusetts requested General Gage to send some troops to Boston. 700 were accordingly sent, and on the 1st of October, 1774, they landed under cover of the cannon of armed ships in the harbor. The people refused to provide quarters for them, and they were quartered in the State House. This unwise movement, which greatly exasperated the people, was repeated the next year, not only at Boston, but in New York, Philadelphia, Charleston, and other seaport towns. At the beginning of 1775, Parliament voted a supply of 10,000 men for the American service, and a large number of them landed at Boston in the spring of that year, accompanied by Generals Howe, Clinton, and Burgoyne. The tragedies of Lexington and Concord soon followed, and in June the blood of American patriots was profusely spilt upon Bunker Hill by the large bodies of armed troops quartered among us. 15. For protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states. In 1768, a dispute occurred between some soldiers and citizens of Annapolis in Maryland, and two of the latter were killed by the former. As they were Marines belonging to an armed vessel lying near, they were arraigned before the Court of Admiralty for murder, on the complaint of some of the citizens. The whole affair assumed the character of a solemn farce so far as justice was concerned, and, as might have been expected, the miscreants were acquitted. In 1771, a band of patriots called the Regulators in North Carolina became so formidable and were so efficacious in stirring the people to rebellion that Governor Tryon of that state determined to destroy or disperse them. Having learned that they had gathered in considerable force upon the Alamance River, he proceeded thither with quite a large body of regulars and militia. They met near the banks of that stream, and a parley ensued. The Regulators, asking only for redress of grievances, sought to negotiate, but Tryon peremptorily ordered them to disperse. This they refused to do, and some of his men, thirsting for blood, fired upon them and killed several. These soldiers were afterward arraigned for murder through the clamorous demands of the people, but after a mock trial had been acted, they were acquitted, and thus they were protected from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states. 16. For cutting off our trade with all parts of the world. The narrow restrictive policy of Great Britain, begun as early as the middle of the 17th century, had a tendency to repress rather than to encourage the commerce of the colonies. Instead of allowing them free commercial intercourse with other nations, the home government did all in its power to compel the colonists to trade exclusively with Great Britain. The Navigation Act, first adopted in 1651 and extended in 1660, declared that no merchandise of the English plantations should be imported into England in any other than English vessels. There were also restrictive laws respecting the manufactures of the colonies and their domestic commerce. For the benefit of English manufacturers, the colonists were forbidden to export or introduce from one colony into another hats and woolens of domestic manufacture, and hatters were forbidden to have at one time more than 2 apprentices. They were not allowed to import sugar, rum, and molasses without paying an exorbitant duty, and forbade the erection of certain ironworks. In 1764, the British minister, under a pretense of preventing illegal traffic between the British colonies and foreign American possessions, made the naval commanders revenue officers, directed them to take the usual custom house oaths, and to conform to the custom house regulations. By this means a profitable trade with the Spanish and French colonies in America, which the colonists had long uninterruptedly enjoyed, although in violation of the old Navigation Act, was destroyed. The trade was advantageous to Great Britain as well as to the colonies, but as the enforcement of these laws was a part of the system of reforming the American governments began by Bute, the advantages to England were overlooked. Under this act, many seizures of vessels were made, and the Americans were so distressed and harassed that they were obliged to abandon the trade. Other measures having a tendency to narrow the commerce of the colonies to a direct trade with Great Britain were adopted, and finally in 1775, among the acts projected by Lord North for punishing the colonies, was one for effectually stopping the commerce of New England with Great Britain, Ireland, and the West Indies, and also fishing on the banks of Newfoundland. This restrictive act, first applied to the New England colonies, was afterward extended to all the others, and thus, as far as parliamentary enactments could affect it, trade with all parts of the world was cut off. End of section 65. Section 66 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Polam. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson. Grievances of the Declaration of Independence, 17 through 20. 17. For imposing taxes on us without our consent. George Grenville, an honest but short-sighted statesman, became the Prime Minister, or First Lord of the Treasury of Great Britain in 1764. He found the treasury drained empty by the vampire appetite of war, and his first care was to devise means to replenish it. Believing that the Crown had an unquestionable right to tax its colonies, and perceiving the capacity of the Americans to pay a tax if levied, he turned his attention to a project for replenishing the treasury by establishing new duties upon all foreign goods imported by the Americans. They were already submitting to the taxes in the shape of duties which the Navigation Act and the Sugar Act imposed. And when this new scheme was proposed to Parliament, the people were at once aroused to a sense of their danger. They saw clearly the design of the British ministry to impose tax upon tax as long as forbearance would allow it. Action on the subject was taken in the colonial assemblies, and one sentiment seemed to prevail: a denial of the right of Great Britain to tax its colonies without their consent. The fundamental principle of a free government, that taxation and equitable representation are inseparable, was boldly proclaimed, and petition and remonstrances from the colonies were transmitted to the King and Parliament. But the King, instead of heeding these remonstrances, asserted his right to tax the colonies in his speech to Parliament at the opening in January 1765, and recommended the adoption of Grenville's measures. Emboldened by this, the minister proposed his famous Stamp Act in February, and in March it became a law and received the royal signature. The ferment which this act produced in America, and the violent opposition it met with from Pitt and other leading minds in Parliament, caused its repeal in March 1766. The Repeal Act, however, was accompanied by a declaratory act which contained the germ of other oppressions. It affirmed that Parliament had power to bind the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Although it was thought expedient to repeal the Stamp Act, yet the Declaratory Act asserted the correctness of the doctrine it contained and exhibited practically. As the Stamp Act was the first and chief cause which fully aroused the colonists to a sense of the danger of enslavement by the mother country, and awakened the first notes of universal alarm that led to a general union of the Anglo-Americans in defense of their inalienable rights, and resulted finally in the adoption of the Declaration of Independence, we have inserted it in detail in the appendix to this work. Again, in 1767, another tax was imposed in the shape of duties upon glass, paper, painter's colors, and tea. Here again, taxes were imposed upon us without our consent. The act was strongly condemned throughout the colonies, and the British ministry, perceiving a tendency toward open rebellion in America, repealed this act also, accepting the duty upon tea. Finally, in 1773, Lord North attempted to draw a revenue from America by imposing additional duties upon tea, but it was met by firm opposition, and the celebrated Boston Tea Riot ensued. We might cite other proofs of the truth of this charge, but these may suffice. 18. For depriving us, in many cases, of the benefits of trial by jury. When the British ministry perceived that their scheme for taxing the colonies without their consent met with determined opposition, and the commissioners of customs in 1768 were obliged to flee for personal safety from Boston to Castle William, they so modified the courts of admiralty in America as to make them powerful aids to those commissioners and a strong right arm of oppression. An act was passed in which it was ordained that whatever offenses should be committed in the colonies against particular acts, imposing various duties and restrictions upon trade, the prosecutor might bring his action for penalties in the courts of admiralty, by which means the subject lost the advantage of being tried by an honest, uninfluenced jury of the vicinage, and was subject to the sad necessity of being judged by a single man, a creature of the crown, and according to the course of law which exempted the prosecutor from the trouble of proving his accusation, and obliged the defender either to evince his innocence or suffer. 19. For transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. On the 15th of April, 1774, Lord North introduced a bill in Parliament entitled "A Bill for the Impartial Administration of Justice in the Cases of Persons Questioned for any acts done by them in the execution of the laws or the suppression of riots and tumults in the province of Massachusetts Bay in New England." This bill provided that in case any person indicted for murder in that province, or any other capital offense, or any indictment for riot, resistance of the magistrate, or impeding the revenue laws in the smallest degree, he might, at the option of the governor, or in his absence of the lieutenant governor, be taken to another colony, or transported to Great Britain for trial, 1,000 leagues from his friends, and amidst his enemies. The arguments used by Lord North in favor of the measure had very little foundation in either truth or justice, and the bill met with violent opposition in Parliament. The ministers seemed to be actuated more by a spirit of retaliation than by a conviction of the necessity of such a measure. "We must show the Americans," said he, "that we will no longer sit quietly under their insults, and also that even when roused our measures are not cruel or vindictive, but necessary and efficacious." Colonel Barr, who from the first commencement of troubles with America was the fast friend of the colonists, denounced the bill in unmeasured terms as big with misery and pregnant with danger to the British Empire. "This," said he, "is indeed the most extraordinary resolution that was ever heard in the Parliament of England. It offers new encouragement to military insolence, already so insupportable. By this law, the Americans are deprived of a right which belongs to every human creature, that of demanding justice before a tribunal composed of impartial judges." Even Captain Preston, who in their own city of Boston had shed the blood of citizens, found among them a fair trial and equitable judges. Alderman Sawbridge, another warm friend of the Americans in Parliament, also denounced the bill not only as unnecessary and ridiculous, but unjust and cruel. He asserted that witnesses against the Crown could never be brought over to England, that the act was meant to enslave the Americans, and he expressed the ardent hope that the Americans would not admit of the execution of any of these destructive bills, but nobly refuse them all. "If they do not," said he, "they are the most abject slaves upon earth, and nothing the minister can do is base enough for them." Notwithstanding the manifest inexpediency of such a measure, the already irritated feeling of the colonists, and the solemn warning of sound statesmen in both houses of Parliament, the bill was passed by 127 to 44 in the Commons, and 49 to 12 in the House of Lords. The King signed the bill, and it was thus decreed that Americans might be transported beyond the seas to be tried for pretended offenses or real crime. 20. For abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries, so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies. After the adoption of the Boston Port Bill, the bill for changing the government of Massachusetts, and the bill providing for the transportation of accused persons to England for trial, The British ministry were evidently alarmed at the fury of the whirlwind they themselves had raised, and they doubtless had a presentiment of the coming rebellion which their own cruel measures had engendered and ripened. They therefore thought it prudent to take steps in time to secure such a footing in America as it should enable them to breast successfully the gathering storm. Accordingly, a bill was introduced in the House of Lords in May 1774 for making more effectual provision for the government in the province of Quebec in North America. The bill proposed the establishment in Canada of a legislative council, invested with all powers except that of levying taxes. It was provided that its members should be appointed by the Crown and continue in authority during its pleasure, that Canadian subjects professing the Catholic faith might be called to sit in the council, that the Catholic clergy, with the exception of the regular orders, should be secured in their possession and of their tithes from all those who profess their religion, that the French laws without jury should be reestablished, preserving, however, the English laws with trial by jury in criminal cases. It was also added, in order to furnish the ministers with a larger scope for their designs, that the limits of Canada should be extended, so as to embrace the territories situated between the lakes and the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. This was a liberal concession to the people of Canada, nearly all of whom were French, and but a small portion of them Protestants. The nobility and clergy had frequently complained of the curtailment of their privileges, and maintained that they were better off under the old French rule previous to 1763 than now. The measure proposed was well calculated to quiet all discontent in Canada and to make people loyal. By such a result, a place would be secured in the immediate vicinity of the refractory colonies, where troops and munitions of war might be landed, and an overwhelming force be concentrated, ready at a moment's warning to march into the territory of and subdue the rebellious Americans. This was doubtless the ulterior design of the ministry in offering these concessions, and the eagle vision of Colonel Barre plainly perceived it. In the debate on the bill, he remarked, "A very extraordinary indulgence is given to the inhabitants of this province, and one calculated to gain the hearts and affections of these people. To this I cannot object if it is to be applied to good purposes. But if you are about to raise a popish army to serve in the colonies, from this time all hope of peace in America will be destroyed." Soon after the introduction of this bill, Thomas and John Penn, son and grandson of William Penn, put in a remonstrance against the boundary proposition, as it contemplated an encroachment upon their territory, they being the proprietaries of Pennsylvania and the counties of Newcastle, Kent, and Sussex in Delaware. Burke, who was then the agent for New York, contended against the boundary proposition because it encroached upon the boundary line of that colony. The bill was so opposed to the religious and national prejudices of the great mass of the people of Great Britain that it met with violent opposition both in and out of Parliament. Yet it passed by a large majority, and on the 21st of June it became a law by receiving the royal signature. End of section 66. Section 67 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Pullum. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. Grievances of the Declaration of Independence, 21 through 24. 21. For taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments. While the Boston Port Bill was before the Lords, Lord North, on the 28th day of March, 1774, in a committee of the whole lower house, brought in a bill for the better regulating of the government in the province of Massachusetts Bay. It provided for an alteration in the constitution of that province as it stood upon the charter of William III. By this act, the people of Massachusetts were, without a hearing, deprived of some of the most important rights and privileges secured to them by their charter, rights which they had enjoyed from the first settlement of the colony. The members of the council, heretofore chosen under the charter by the General Assembly, were, after the 1st of August of that year, to be chosen by the king, to consist of not more than 36 and not less than 12, and to hold their office during his pleasure. After the 1st of July, the governor was authorized to appoint and remove, without the consent of council, all judges of the inferior courts of common pleas, commissioners of over and terminer, the attorney general, provosts, marshals, justices of the peace, and other officers belonging to the council and courts of justice, and was also empowered to appoint sheriffs without the consent of the council, but not to remove them without their consent. The ministers did not confine themselves to these fundamental alterations in the charter of that province, but materially altered or totally repealed the laws relating to town meetings and the election of jurors, laws which had been in existence from the commencement of the government and deemed a part of the constitution of the colony. The right of selecting jurors by the inhabitants and freeholders of the several towns was taken from them, and all jurors were by this act to be summoned and returned by the sheriffs. This bill was zealously opposed by the Friends of America in the British House of Commons. Barr and Burke, the leaders of this party, opposed it with all their strength of mind and eloquence of speech. "What," said the latter, "can the Americans believe but that England wishes to despoil them of all liberty, of all franchises, and by the destruction of their charters to reduce them to a state of the most abject slavery? As the Americans are no less ardently attached to liberty than the English themselves, can it ever be hoped that they will submit to such exorbitant usurpation, to such portentous resolutions?" Governor Pownall, too, lifted up the voice of warning, and plainly told the ministers that their measures would be resisted, not only by the will and sentiment of the whole people, but probably by force of arms. But a false security shut the ears of the British ministry against all these portentous warnings, and the British legislators seem to have lost all sense of right and equity. The bill was adopted by an overwhelming majority, 239 against 64 in the Commons, and 92 against 20 in the House of Lords. The king gave the bill his royal signature, and thus he, combined with others for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments. 22. For suspending our own legislatures, and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. By the act described in the next preceding charge, entitled, "For the better regulation of government in the province of Massachusetts Bay," the colonial legislature was virtually and actually suspended, for according to the charter under which the people had always lived and had been governed, they recognized no legislature but one of their own free choice and election. By that act, the members of the council were chosen by the king, and a free legislature was in fact suspended, and a declaration virtually made that the king and parliament were invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. In 1767, the powers of the legislature of New York were suspended indefinitely, because the Assembly refused to furnish the soldiers quartered among them with certain articles mentioned in a clause in the Mutiny Act. In the language of the Declaration of Independence, by such an act of suspension of legislative functions, those powers incapable of annihilation returned to the people at large for their exercise. But the king and his council, by both word and deed, claimed that those powers returned to and were vested in the crown, and thus asserted the principle that in connection with the council was invested with power to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Lord Dunmore, after dissolving the Assembly of Virginia about the beginning of 1775, assumed the same right, and issued proclamations to the people calling upon them to perform certain duties, which had not been required of them by their own representatives in the House of Burgesses. 23. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. As early as the meeting of Parliament in 1774, the king, in his address from the throne, spoke of the colonies as in a state of almost open rebellion, and assured Parliament that he should employ vigorous efforts to suppress the unfolding insurrection. Again, in February 1775, he sent a message to the Commons declaring his American subjects to be in a state of open rebellion and informing them that it would be necessary to augment the naval and military force in the colonies. Toward the close of 1775, he gave his assent to an agreement with several German princes to send armies to America to assist in crushing his rebellious subjects, and he sanctioned the barbarous acts of his governors, who sought to engage the Indian tribes in a warfare upon the colonists. In these measures, he personally declared us out of his protection and waged war against them. Through his representatives, his governors of colonies, he, in several instances, abdicated government here. Lord Dunmore, governor of Virginia, fearing the just resentment of the people, abdicated government by fleeing on board the Fowey ship of war. Tryon of New York abdicated government when, for fear of the resentment of the patriots, he fled on board a Halifax packet ship. And Governor Martin of North Carolina also took refuge on board a British ship of war. Lord William Campbell, governor of South Carolina, also abdicated government by withdrawing from the colony and carrying off with him the royal seals and the instructions to governors. And he waged war against the people by acting in concert with Sir Peter Parker and Sir Henry Clinton in besieging Charleston. In various ways, both personally and by representatives, did King George abdicate government here and waged a cruel war against us. 24. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. In 1764, when the provisions of the Navigation Act were strictly enforced, and the commanders of vessels were invested with the power of custom-house officers to enforce the revenue laws under that act, a great many American vessels were seized, by which much distress was produced. Although this was done under the sanction of written law, yet it was nothing more in the mode of enforcing the law than plundering our seas. In April 1775, the lives of our people were destroyed at Lexington and Concord by an expedition sent out by Governor Gage of Massachusetts. In June of that year, he burnt our towns and destroyed the lives of our people by his troops setting fire to Charleston and attacking and slaying our people upon Breed's and Bunker Hill. And shortly afterward, the unprotected town of Bristol in Rhode Island was cannonaded, because the people refused to comply with an order from the commander of the vessels that appeared before it, to supply him with 300 sheep. In the autumn of 1775, several royal cruisers ravaging the coast of New England, Captain Wallace, with the man-of-war Rose and 2 others, pursued a vessel which took shelter in the port of Stonington, Connecticut. He entered the harbor and opened a fire upon the town, which he kept up nearly a whole day. He killed 2 men and carried off some vessels. This was the same captain, Sir James Wallace, who afterward commanded the flying squadron of small vessels that made a predatory expedition up the Hudson River, and in connection with Colonel Vaughan of the land force, burnt Esopus, or Kingston, in Ulster County. On the 18th of October, Captain Mowat, with a few armed vessels, burnt down the town of Falmouth, upon the northeastern coast of Massachusetts, and he asserted he had orders to destroy by fire all the seaport towns from Boston to Halifax. In December 1775, Governor Dunmore, Virginia, having been obliged to take refuge on board the Fowey, a British armed vessel at Norfolk, tried to every means in his power to bring the people to subjection under him. Finally, the frigate Liverpool arrived, and the governor felt quite strong in his resources, believing that with the two vessels and the armed forces of Tories and blacks which he had collected on board, he should be able to regain his lost power. He sent a peremptory order to the inhabitants of Norfolk to supply the vessels with provisions. The order was of course disobeyed, and on the 1st of January 1776, the two vessels opened a destructive cannonading upon the town. At the same time, some Marines were landed who set fire to the town and reduced it to ashes. In June 1776, while the proposition of independence was before Congress, a naval armament under Admiral Sir Peter Parker and a land force under Sir Henry Clinton made a combined attack upon Charleston, South Carolina, and many Americans were killed. And after the Declaration of Independence went forth, the King's minions continued to plunder our seas, ravage our coasts, and destroy the lives of our people. End of section 67. Section 68 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Pullum. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson. Grievances of the Declaration of Independence, 25 through 27. 25. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny already begun, with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. Toward the close of 1775, Lord North introduced a bill in Parliament which provided for prohibiting all intercourse with the colonies until they should submit, and for placing the whole country under martial law. This bill included a clause for appointing resident commissioners in America who should have discretionary powers to grant pardons and effect indemnities in case the Americans should come to terms. Having thus determined to place the country under martial law and to procure the submission of the colonies by force of arms, the next important consideration was to procure the requisite force. The estimated number of men sufficient to carry out successfully the designs of the ministry was 28,000 seamen and a land force of 50,000 men. This was a large force to raise within the brief space which the exigency of the case required, for the peace establishment at home was small enough already, and the delay in procuring volunteers or waiting for the return of troops from foreign stations might prove fatal to their plans. Ministers, therefore, resolved to hire soldiers of some of the German princes, and they at once appointed a commissioner for the purpose. Early in 1776, a treaty was concluded, and the Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel agreed to furnish 12,104 men, the Duke of Brunswick 4,084, the Prince of Hesse 668, the Prince of Waldeck 670, making in all 17,526. The masters of these mercenaries, perceiving the stern necessity which had driven the British government to this atrocious resort, in its endeavor to crush the spirit of freedom in its American colonies, extorted hard terms which none but a desperate suitor for favor would have agreed to. It was stipulated that they were to receive £7, 4 shillings, and 4 pence sterling for each man, besides being relieved from the burden of maintaining them. In addition, the princes were to receive a certain stipend, amounting in all to £135,000 sterling, or about $675,000. and Great Britain further agreed to guarantee the dominions of those princes against foreign attacks during the absence of their soldiers. This hiring of the bone and sinew, and even the lives of foreign troops, purchased assassins to aid in enslaving its own children, whose only crime was an irrepressible aspiration for freedom, is the foulest blot upon the escutcheon of Great Britain, which its unholy warfare against us during the Revolution produced. The best friends of Great Britain in and out of Parliament deeply deplored the measure, and the opposition in the national legislature, with a sincere concern for the fair fame of their country, did all in their power to prevent the transaction. But Parliament, as if madly bent on the entire destruction of British honor, and on pulling down the very pillars of the Constitution, seconded the views of the ministers, and adopted the measure by an overwhelming majority. For this act, the king and his ministers were obliged to hear many home truths from statesmen in both houses of Parliament. Among others, the Earl of Coventry inveighed most heartily against the employment of foreign mercenaries to fight the battles of England, even in a just war. He maintained that the war in question was an unnatural and unrighteous one, and as such would not terminate favorably to the oppressor. "Look on the map of the globe," said he. "View Great Britain and North America. Compare their extent. Consider their soil, rivers, climate, and increasing population of the latter. Nothing but the most obstinate blindness and partiality can engender a serious opinion that such a country will long continue under subjection to this. The question is not, therefore, how we shall be able to realize a vain delusive scheme of dominion, but how we shall make it the interest of the Americans to continue faithful allies and warm friends. Surely that can never be effected by fleets and armies. Instead of mediating conquest and exhausting our strength in an ineffectual struggle, we should wisely, abandoning wild schemes of coercion, avail ourselves to the only substantial benefit we can ever expect, the profits of an extensive commerce and the strong support of a firm and friendly alliance and compact for mutual defense and assistance." What blood and treasure would have been spared had such statement-like views prevailed in the British Parliament? But national pride was wounded, and its festerings produced relentless hate, whose counsels had no whispers of justice or of honorable peace. Large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the work of death, desolation, and tyranny already begun were sent hither, and the odious Hessians, the general title given to those German troops, performed their first act in the bloody drama in the Battle of Long Island on the 29th of August, 1776. 26. He has constrained our fellow citizens, taken captive on the high seas, to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. About the last of December 1775, the British Parliament passed an act for prohibiting all trade and commerce with the colonies, and authorizing the capture and condemnation not only of all American vessels with their cargoes, but all other vessels found trading with the colonies, and the crews were to be treated not as prisoners, but as slaves. By a clause in the act, it was made lawful for the commander of a British vessel to take the masters, crews, and other persons found in the captured vessels, and to put them on board any other British armed vessel, enter their names on the books of the same, and from the time of such entry, such persons were to be considered in the service of His Majesty to all intents and purposes, as though they had entered themselves voluntarily on board such vessel. By this means the Americans were compelled to fight even against their own friends and countrymen, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall by their hands. This barbarous act was loudly condemned on the floor of Parliament as unworthy of a Christian people, a refinement of cruelty unknown among savage nations, and paralleled only among pirates, the outlaws and enemies of human society. But the act became law, and to the disgrace of Great Britain it was put in force. It was the provisions of this odious act which laid the British government under the necessity of providing a force to carry out its designs in America, which its resources and men were inadequate to do, and ministers resorted to the foul measure of hiring German soldiers to fight their battles against their brethren here. 27. He has excited domestic insurrections among us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. Lord Dunmore, one of the most unpopular governors Virginia ever had, became involved in difficulties with the people soon after his accession. Like too many of the native-born Englishmen at that time, he regarded the colonists as inferior people, and instead of using conciliatory measures which might have made his situation agreeable to himself, he maintained a haughty carriage and aristocratic reserve. These private matters would have been tolerated had not his public acts partaken of the same spirit. He seemed to be exceedingly deficient in judgment, and by various acts of annoyance he greatly exasperated the people. At length they arose in arms in consequence of his removing the powder of the colonial magazine on board a ship of war, and he was obliged to fly thither himself with his family for fear of personal injury. This was early in May 1775, and during the summer and autumn he attempted to regain his lost power. All moderate attempts having failed, he resolved on a bolder and more cruel measure. He issued his proclamation and authoritatively summoned to his standard all capable of bearing arms, and in that proclamation, as well as through private emissaries, he offered freedom to the slaves if they would take up arms against their masters. Thus, he excited domestic insurrection. In the spring of 1775, this same Governor Dunmore was an accomplice in, and an active promoter of, a scheme to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages. The plan adopted was to organize an active cooperation of all the various Indian tribes on the frontier with the Tories. John Connolly, a Pennsylvanian, has the honor of originating the plot, and he found in Governor Dunmore a zealous coadjutor and liberal patron in the enterprise. Fort Pitt, now Pittsburgh, was to be the place of rendezvous, and ample rewards were offered to the chiefs of the Indians, as well as to the militia captains who should join their standard. In order to connect the plan, give it wider scope, secure more efficiency, and have higher sanction, a messenger was sent to Governor Gage at Boston, then the commander-in-chief of all the British forces in America. Gage entered heartily into the atrocious scheme, and gave Connolly a commission as lieutenant colonel. He also sent an emissary named John Stuart to the nation of the Cherokees on the borders of the Carolinas. General Carleton, governor of Canada, sent Colonel Johnson to the Indians of St. Francis and others belonging to the Six Nations, and in every case heavy bribes were offered. Too well did these emissaries succeed, for during the summer hundreds of innocent old men, women, and young children were butchered in cold blood upon the frontiers of Virginia and the Carolinas. This charge was true not only at the time it was made in the Declaration of Independence, but on several subsequent occasions it might with verity have been made. When Burgoyne prepared to invade the estates from Canada, he, by express orders of ministers, put under arms and secured for the British service several tribes of Indians inhabiting the country between the Mohawk River and Lake Ontario. And just before going to attack Ticonderoga, he gave a great war feast to the Indians and issued a proclamation calling upon the Americans to surrender or suffer the consequences of savage ferocity. End of section 68.
Section 69 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sophia Kaushik. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. The Declaration of Independence, historically considered, conclusion. The American Congress, in its Declaration of Independence, after asserting that the history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having, in direct object, the establishment of absolute tyranny over these states, and submitting the foregoing charges as proofs of the truth of their declaration, they asserted, first, that in every stage of these oppressions we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. For 10 long years, in every stage of these oppressions, did the colonists petition for redress in the most humble terms. It was done by the Colonial Congress, which assembled in 1765, in consequence of the passage of the Stamp Act. They put forth a Declaration of Rights, the 13th section of which asserted that it is the right of the British subject in these colonies to petition the King or either House of Parliament. This right was denied by the colonial governors, claiming it exclusively for the assemblies in their legislative capacity. But acting upon their declared right, that Congress sent a most humble petition to the King, setting forth the grievances which the acts for taxing the colonies imposed upon the people, and beseeching him to lay the subject before the Parliament and obtain redress for them. But this petition was unheeded, as well as those of the popular provincial conventions, and repeated injuries were inflicted in the form of new and oppressive acts for taxing the colonists without their consent. The First Continental Congress, that convened in September 1774, humbly petitioned the King, and set forth the various measures of his government which bore heavily upon their prosperity and curtailed their rights as British subjects. The General Congress that met in May the next year also sent another humble petition to the King, but both were answered only by repeated injuries. Instead of listening to their loyal importunities for redress, he deprived them, in many cases, of trial by jury. He prepared to transport them beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. He abolished the free system of English laws in a neighboring province. He took away their charters, abolished their most valuable laws, and altered fundamentally the forms of their government. He plundered their seas, ravaged their coasts, burnt their towns, and destroyed the lives of their people. And he transported large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny already begun, with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. Secondly, we have not been wanting in attention to our British brethren. This assertion the journals of the Continental Congress and the proceedings of the British Parliament fully corroborate. The first address put forth by the Continental Congress in 1774 was to the people of Great Britain, in which the most affectionate terms of brotherhood, expressive of the strongest feelings which the ties of consanguinity could produce, were used. They concluded their address by expressing a hope that the magnanimity and justice of the British nation will furnish a parliament of such wisdom, independence, and public spirit as may save the violated rights of the whole empire from the devices of wicked ministers and evil counselors, whether in or out of office, and thereby restore that harmony, friendship, and fraternal affection between all the inhabitants of His Majesty's kingdoms and territories, so ardently wished for by every true and honest American. The Second Continental Congress, in 1775, sent an affectionate address to the people of Ireland, in which they thanked them for the friendly disposition which they had always shown toward Americans, expressed a strong sympathy for them, on account of the grievances which the inhabitants of that fertile island suffered at the hands of the same arbitrary rulers, and closed with a hope that the patient abiding of the meek may not always be forgotten, and that God would grant that the iniquitous schemes for extirpating liberty from the British Empire might be soon defeated. But not only were British rulers unmindful of their petitions and of their remonstrances, their British brethren also were deaf to the voice of justice and consanguinity, and the colonists were obliged to acquiesce in the necessity which denounced their separation. And they held them, as they held the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace, friends. End of section 69.
Section 70 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. Section 70. The Confederation. The Declaration of the Representatives of the United Colonies of North America in General Congress assembled, that these colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, was but the initial act in the great work of founding a free republic out of a dismembered portion of one of the mightiest empires of the earth. It was an easy matter to declare the states free, but they well knew it would be a laborious task to support that declaration and consummate the work thus begun. Already fleets were hovering upon our coasts, and armies traversed our provinces, with the dire purpose of quelling rebellion by fire and sword, and all the vast iniquities of war. At the very time the declaration was made, a British squadron was near our coast, bearing thousands of hired mercenaries, some of them veterans from the vast armies of Frederick the Great, all eager to win the laurels of glory or the gold of plunder in the exercise of their desolating profession. Combined with these foes from without were the more dreaded foes within, those who through principle or interest adhered to the crown. They consisted chiefly of the timid, the time-serving, the ambitious, and the indolent, who feared British power, courted its caresses, sought the preferments it could bestow, or loved ease better than freedom. This class was not small nor weak, but by its secret treacheries or open resistance it weakened the bond of the American Union and greatly strengthened the royal arm. With such a great work before them, with such besetments in the way, by such dangers surrounded, it is no wonder that great doubt and anxiety and dread pervaded the minds of the people, and caused American legislators to desire a more tangible bond of union than a federal Congress and a federal army. The various state governments were in utter confusion, and in their practical operations they harmonized in few things, except in making provisions for the army, and even this paramount claim was often so neglected by particular states as almost to paralyze the military movements. Royal governments in all the colonies had been overturned, and the people, in spontaneous assemblies, collected the best fragments together and formed provincial congresses, in which they vested local government powers. But these were perceived to be but broken reeds to depend upon in the great work of the Revolution yet to be performed, and the statesmen of that dark hour, feeling the necessity of a central power, regarded a confederation of the several states, with Congress as a controlling head, a measure essential to the perpetuity not only of their efforts to become free, but of their very existence. As early as July 1775, that far-sighted and clear-headed statesman, Dr. Franklin, submitted to the consideration of Congress a sketch of articles of confederation between the colonies, limiting the duration of their vitality to the time when reconciliation with Great Britain should take place, or in the event of the failure of that desirable result, to be perpetual. At that time, Congress seemed to have no fixed plans for the future. The teeming present, with all its vast and novel concerns, engrossed their whole attention, and Dr. Franklin's plan seems not to have been discussed at all in the National Council. But when a Declaration of Independence was proposed, that idea alone suggested the necessity of a confederation of the states to carry forward the work to a successful consummation. Congress, therefore, on the 11th of June, 1776, resolved that a committee should be appointed to prepare and properly digest a form of confederation to be entered into by the several states. The committee appointed under the resolution consisted of one delegate from each state. John Dickinson of Pennsylvania, who was opposed to the Declaration of Independence and would have voted against it if he had been present, was chosen chairman, and through him the committee reported a draft of Articles of Confederation on the 12th of July. Almost daily debates upon the subject ensued until the 20th of August, when the report was laid aside and was not taken up again for consideration until the 7th of April, 1777. In the meanwhile, the several states had adopted constitutions for their respective government, and Congress was practically acknowledged the supreme head in all matters appertaining to the war, public finances, etc. It emitted bills of credit, or paper money, appointed foreign ministers, and opened negotiations with foreign governments. From the 7th of April until the 15th of November following, the subject was debated 2 or 3 times a week, and several amendments were made. As the Confederation might be a permanent bond of union, of course local interests were considered prospectively. If the Union had been designed to be temporary, to meet the exigencies arising from the state of war in which the colonies then were, local questions could hardly have had weight enough to have elicited debate. But such was not the case, and of course the sagacious men who were then in Congress looked beyond the present and endeavored to legislate accordingly. From the 7th of October until the 15th of November, the debates upon it were almost daily, and the conflicting interests of the several states were into view by the different speakers. On that day, the following draft, containing all of the amendments, was laid before Congress, and after a spirited debate, was adopted. The end of Section 70. Section 71 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. Section 71, Articles of Confederation continued. To all whom these presents shall come, we, the undersigned, delegates of the states affixed to our names, send greeting. Whereas the delegates of the United States of America in Congress assembled did on the 15th day of November in the year of our Lord 1777, and in the second year of the independence of America, agree to certain articles of confederation and perpetual union between the states of New Hampshire, Massachusetts Bay, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, in the words following, to wit, Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union between the states of New Hampshire, Massachusetts Bay, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. Article 1. The style of this confederacy shall be the United States of America. Article 2. Each state retains its sovereignty, freedom, and independence, and every power, jurisdiction, and right, which is not by this confederation expressly delegated to the United States in Congress assembled. Article 3. The said states hereby severally enter into a firm league of friendship with each other for their common defense, the security of their liberties, and their mutual and general welfare, binding themselves to assist each other against all force offered to or attacks made upon them, or any of them, on account of religion, sovereignty, trade, or any other pretense whatever. Article 4. The better to secure and perpetuate mutual friendship and intercourse among the people of the different states in this Union, the free inhabitants of each of these states, paupers, vagabonds, and fugitives from justice excepted, shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of free citizens in the several states, and the people of each state shall have free ingress and regress to and from any other state, and shall enjoy therein all the privileges of trade and commerce subject to the same duties, impositions, and restrictions as the inhabitants thereof respectively, provided that such restrictions shall not extend so far as to prevent the removal of property imported into any state to any other state of which the owner is an inhabitant, provided also that no imposition, duties, or restriction shall be laid by any state on the property of the United States, or either of them. If any person guilty of or charged with treason, felony, or other high misdemeanor in any state shall flee from justice, and be found in any of the United States, he shall, upon demand of the governor or executive power of the state from which he fled, be delivered up and removed to the state having jurisdiction of his offense. Full faith and credit shall be given in each of these states to the records, acts, and judicial proceedings of the courts and magistrates of every other state. Article 5. For the more convenient management of the general interests of the United States, delegates shall be annually appointed in such manner as the legislature of each state shall direct, to meet in Congress on the first Monday in November in every year, with a power reserved to each state to recall its delegates, or any of them, at any time within the year, and to send others in their stead for the remainder of the year. No state shall be represented in Congress by less than 2, nor by more than 7 members, and no person shall be capable of being a delegate for more than 3 years in any term of 6 years. Nor shall any person being a delegate be capable of holding any office under the United States, for which he or another for his benefit receives any salary, fees, or emoluments of any kind. Each state shall maintain its own delegates in a meeting of the states, and while they act as members of the committee of the states. In determining questions in the United States in Congress assembled, each state shall have 1 vote. Freedom of speech and debate in Congress shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Congress, and the members of Congress shall be protected in their persons from arrests and imprisonments during the time of their going to and from and attendance on Congress, except for treason, felony, or breach of the peace. Article 6. No state without the consent of the United States in Congress assembled shall send any embassy to, or receive any embassy from, or enter into any conference, agreement, alliance, or treaty with any king, prince, or state. Nor shall any person holding any office of profit or trust under the United States, or any of them, accept of any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever, from any king, prince, or foreign state. Nor shall the United States in Congress assembled, or any of them, grant any title of nobility. No 2 or more states shall enter into any treaty, confederation, or alliance whatever between them without the consent of the United States in Congress assembled, specifying accurately the purposes for which the same is to be entered into and how long it shall continue. No state shall lay any imposts or duties which may interfere with any stipulations in treaties entered into by the United States in Congress assembled with any king, prince, or state in pursuance of any treaties already proposed by Congress to the courts of France and Spain. No vessel of war shall be kept up in time of peace by any state, except such number only as shall be deemed necessary by the United States in Congress assembled for the defense of such state or its trade. Nor shall any body of forces be kept up by any state in time of peace, except such number only as in the judgment of the United States in Congress assembled shall be deemed requisite to garrison the forts necessary for the defense of such state. But every state shall always keep up a well-regulated and disciplined militia, sufficiently armed and accoutred, and shall provide and have constantly ready for use in public stores a due number of field pieces and tents, and a proper quantity of arms, ammunition, and camp equipage. No state shall engage in any war without the consent of the United States in Congress assembled, unless such state be actually invaded by enemies, or shall have received certain advice of a resolution being formed by some nation of Indians to invade such state, and the danger is so imminent as not to admit of a delay till the United States in Congress assembled can be consulted. Nor shall any state grant commissions to any ships or vessels of war, nor letters of marque or reprisal, except it be after a declaration of war by the United States in Congress assembled, and then only against the kingdom or state, and the subjects thereof, against which war has been so declared, and under such regulations as shall be established by the United States in Congress assembled, unless such state be infested by pirates, in which case vessels of war may be fitted out for that occasion, and kept so long as the danger shall continue, or until the United States in Congress assembled shall determine otherwise. Article 7. When land forces are raised by any state for the common defense, all officers of, or under the rank of colonel, shall be appointed by the legislature of each state respectively, by whom such forces shall be raised, or in such manner as such state shall direct, and all vacancies shall be filled up by the state which first made the appointment. Article 8. All charges of war and all other expenses that shall be incurred for the common defense or general welfare, and allowed by the United States in Congress assembled, shall be defrayed out of a common treasury, which shall be supplied by the several states in proportion to the value of all land within each state, granted to or surveyed for any person, as such land and the buildings and improvements thereon shall be estimated according to such mode as the United States in Congress assembled shall from time to time direct and appoint. The taxes for paying that proportion shall be laid and levied by the authority and direction of the legislatures of the several States, within the time agreed upon by the United States in Congress assembled. Article 9. The United States in Congress assembled shall have the sole and exclusive right and power of determining on peace and war, except in the cases mentioned in the 6th article, of sending and receiving ambassadors, entering into treaties and alliances, provided that no treaty of commerce shall be made whereby the legislative power of the respective States shall be restrained from imposing such imposts and duties on foreigners as their own people are subjected to, or from prohibiting exportation or importation of any species of goods or commodities whatsoever, of establishing rules for deciding in all cases what captures on land or water shall be legal, and in what manner prizes taken by land or naval forces in the service of the United States shall be divided or appropriated, of granting letters of marque and reprisal in times of peace, appointing courts for the trial of piracies and felonies committed on the high seas, and establishing courts for receiving and determining finally appeals in all cases of captures, provided that no member of Congress shall be appointed a judge of any of the said courts. The United States in Congress assembled shall also be the last resort on appeal in all disputes and differences now subsisting, or that hereafter may arise between two or more States concerning boundary, jurisdiction, or any other cause whatever, which authority shall always be exercised in the manner following. Whenever the legislative or executive authority or lawful agent of any State in controversy with another shall present a petition to Congress stating the matter in question, and praying for a hearing, notice thereof shall be given by order of Congress to the legislative or executive authority of the other State in controversy, and a day assigned for the appearance of the parties, by their lawful agents, who shall then be directed to appoint by joint consent commissioners or judges to constitute a court for hearing and determining the matter in question. But if they cannot agree, Congress shall name 3 persons out of each of the United States, and from the list of such persons each party shall alternately strike out 1, the petitioners beginning, until the number shall be reduced to 13, and from that number not less than 7, nor more than 9 names, as Congress shall direct, shall, in the presence of Congress, be drawn out by lot, and the person whose names shall be so drawn, or any 5 of them, shall be commissioners or judges, to hear and finally determine the controversy, so always as a major part of the judges who shall hear the cause shall agree in the determination. And if either party shall neglect to attend at the day appointed, without showing reasons which Congress shall judge sufficient, or being present shall refuse to strike, the Congress shall proceed to nominate 3 persons out of each State, and the Secretary of Congress shall strike in behalf of such party, absent or refusing, and the judgment and sentence of the court to be appointed in the manner before prescribed shall be final and conclusive. And if any of the parties shall refuse to submit to the authority of such court, or to appear or defend their claim or cause, the court shall nevertheless proceed to pronounce sentence or judgment, which shall in like manner be final and decisive, the judgment or sentence and other proceedings being in either case transmitted to Congress, and lodged among the acts of Congress for the security of the parties concerned, provided that every commissioner, before he sits in judgment, shall take an oath, to be administered by one of the judges of the Supreme or Superior Court of the State where the cause shall be tried, well and truly to hear and determine the matter in question, according to the best of his judgment, without favor, affection, or hope of reward. Provided also that no State shall be deprived of territory for the benefit of the United States. All controversies concerning the private right of soil, claimed under different grants of 2 or more States, whose jurisdiction as they may respect such lands, and the States which passed such grants are adjusted, the said grants or either of them being at the same time claimed to have originated antecedent to such settlement of jurisdiction, shall, on the petition of either party to the Congress of the United States, be finally determined as near as may be, in the same manner as is before prescribed for deciding disputes respecting territorial jurisdiction between different States. The United States in Congress assembled shall also have the sole and exclusive right and power of regulating the alloy and value of coin struck by their own authority, or by that of the respective states, fixing the standard of weights and measures throughout the United States, regulating the trade and managing all affairs with the Indians not members of any of the states, provided that the legislative right of any state within its own limits be not infringed or violated, establishing and regulating post offices from one state to another throughout all the United States, and exacting such postage on the papers passing through the same as may be requisite to defray the expenses of the said office, appointing all officers of the land forces in the service of the United States excepting regimental officers, appointing all the officers of the naval forces and commissioning all officers whatever in the service of the United States, making rules for the government and regulation of the said land and naval forces, and directing their operations. The United States in Congress assembled shall have authority to appoint a committee to sit in the recess of Congress, to be denominated a Committee of the States, and to consist of one delegate from each state, and to appoint such other committees and civil offices as may be necessary for managing the general affairs of the United States under their direction, to appoint one of their number to preside, provided that no person be allowed to serve in the office of President more than 1 year in any term of 3 years, to ascertain the necessary sums of money to be raised for the service of the United States, and to appropriate and apply the same for defraying the public expenses, to borrow money or emit bills on the credit of the United States, transmitting every half year to the respective states an account of the sums of money so borrowed or emitted, to build and equip a navy, to agree upon the number of land forces, and to make requisitions from each state for its quota in proportion to the number of white inhabitants in each state, which requisition shall be binding, and thereupon the legislature of each state shall appoint the regimental officers, raise the men, and clothe, arm, and equip them in a soldier-like manner at the expense of the United States, and the officers and men so clothed, armed, and equipped shall march to the place appointed, and within the time agreed on by the United States in Congress assembled. But if the United States in Congress assembled shall on consideration of circumstances judge proper that any state should not raise men, or should raise a smaller number than its quota, and that any other state should raise a greater number of men than the quota thereof, such extra number shall be raised, officered, clothed, armed, and equipped in the same manner as the quota of such state, unless the legislator of such state shall judge that such extra number cannot safely be spared out of the same, in which case they shall raise, officer, clothe, arm, and equip as many of such extra number as they judge can be safely spared. And the officers and men so clothed, armed, and equipped shall march to the place appointed, and within the time agreed on by the United States in Congress assembled. The United States in Congress assembled shall never engage in a war, nor grant letters of marque and reprisal in time of peace, nor enter into any treaties or alliances, nor coin money, nor regulate the value thereof, nor ascertain the sums and expenses necessary for the defense and welfare of the United States or any of them, nor emit bills, nor borrow money on the credit of the United States, nor appropriate money, nor agree upon the number of vessels of war to be built or purchased, or the number of land or sea forces to be raised, nor appoint a commander-in-chief of the army or navy, unless 9 states assent to the same. Nor shall a question or any other point, except for adjourning from day to day, be determined unless by the votes of a majority of the United States in Congress assembled. The Congress of the United States shall have power to adjourn to any time within the year, and to any place within the United States, so that no period of adjournment be for a longer duration than the space of 6 months, and shall publish the journal of their proceedings monthly, except such parts thereof relating to treaties, alliances, or military operations as in their judgment require secrecy. And the yeas and nays of the delegates of each state on any question shall be entered on the journal when it is desired by any delegate, and the delegates of a state or any of them, at his or their request, shall be furnished with a transcript of the said journal, except such parts as are above excepted, to lay before the legislatures of the several states. Article 10. The Committee of the States, or any 9 of them, shall be authorized to execute, in the recess of Congress, such of the powers of Congress as the United States in Congress assembled, by the consent of 9 states, shall from time to time think expedient to vest them with, provided that no power be delegated to the said committee, for the exercise of which, by the Articles of Confederation, the voice of 9 states in the Congress of the United States assembled is requisite. Article 11. Canada, acceding to this Confederation and joining in the measures of the United States, shall be admitted into and entitled to all the advantages of this Union, but no other colony shall be admitted into the same, unless such admission be agreed to by 9 states. Article 12. All bills of credit emitted, moneys borrowed, and debts contracted, by or under the authority of Congress, before the assembling of the United States, in pursuance of the present Confederation, shall be deemed and considered as a charge against the United States, for payment and satisfaction whereof the said United States and the public faith are hereby solemnly pledged. Article 13. Every state shall abide by the decision of the United States in Congress assembled on all questions which, by this Confederation, are submitted to them, and the articles of this Confederation shall be inviolably observed by every state, and the Union shall be perpetual, nor shall any alteration at any time hereafter be made in any of them, unless such alteration be agreed to in a Congress of the United States, and be afterward confirmed by the legislature of every state. And whereas it has pleased the great Governor of the world to incline the hearts of the legislatures we respectively represent in Congress, to approve of and to authorize us to ratify the said Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union, know ye that we, the undersigned delegates, by virtue of the power and authority to us given for that purpose, do, by these presents, in the name and in behalf of our respective constituents, fully and entirely ratify and confirm each and every of the said Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union, and all and singular the matters and things therein contained, and we do further solemnly plight and engage the faith of our respective constituents, that they shall abide by the determinations of the United States in Congress assembled, on all questions which by the said Confederation are submitted to them, and that the articles thereof shall be inviolably observed by the states we respectively represent, and that the Union be perpetual. In witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands in Congress. Done at Philadelphia in the state of Pennsylvania on the 9th day of July, in the year of our Lord 1778, and in the 3rd year of the independence of America. New Hampshire, Hosea Bartlett, John Wentworth, Jr. Massachusetts Bay, John Hancock, Samuel Adams, Elbridge Gerry, Francis Dana, James Lovell, Samuel Holton. Rhode Island, William Ellery, Henry Merchant, John Collins. Connecticut, Roger Sherman, Samuel Huntington, Oliver Wolcott, Titus Hosmer, Andrew Adams. New York, James Duane, Francis Lewis, William Duer, Gouverneur Morris. New Jersey, John Witherspoon, Nathaniel Scudder. Pennsylvania, Robert Morris, Daniel Roberdeau, Jonathan Bayard Smith, William Clingan, Joseph Reed. Delaware, Thomas McCain, John Dickinson, Nicholas Van Dyke. Maryland, John Hanson, Daniel Carroll. Virginia, Richard Henry Lee, John Bannister, Thomas Adams, John Harvey, Francis Lightfoot Lee. North Carolina, John Penn, Constable Harnett, John Williams. South Carolina, Henry Lawrence, William Henry Drayton, John Matthews, Richard Hudson, Thomas Hayward, Jr. Georgia, John Walton, Edward Telfair, Edward Langworthy. The end of section 71. Section 72 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. Section 72. Articles of Confederation, Conclusion. After the Articles of Confederation were adopted by Congress, that body directed a copy of them to be sent to the speakers of the various state legislatures to be laid before them for action. They were accompanied by a communication requesting the several legislatures, in case they approved of them, to instruct their delegates in Congress to vote for a ratification of them, which last act should be final and conclusive. On the 29th of November, a committee of 3 was appointed to procure the translation of the Articles of Confederation into the French language, and also to prepare and report an address to the people of Canada, urging them to become a portion of the Confederacy. The letter which accompanied the Articles of Confederation, when they were sent to the several state legislatures, was in the form of an urgent appeal for immediate and united action. A direful necessity called for some strong bond of union, for the clangor of arms was heard on every side. Foes without and traitors within were everywhere sowing the seeds of jealousy between the states, and using every effort to sunder the ligaments of a common interest and repress a common aspiration which united them. It was easily foreseen that the conflicting interests of 13 distinct states would necessarily clash, and that the idea of sovereignty which each possessed would interpose many objections to a general confederation such as was proposed. Therefore the letter was an argumentative one, and endeavored to show them that the plan proposed was the best which could be adapted to the circumstances of all. It concluded with the following impressive admonition. We have reason to regret the time which has elapsed in preparing this plan for consideration. With additional solicitude we look forward to that which must be necessarily spent before it can be ratified. Every motive loudly calls upon us to hasten its conclusion. More than any other consideration it will confound our foreign enemies, defeat the flagitious practices of the disaffected, strengthen and confirm our friends, support our public credit, restore the value of our money, enable us to maintain our fleets and armies, and add weight and respect to our counsels at home and to our treaties abroad. In short, this salutary measure can no longer be deferred. It seems essential to our very existence as a free people, and without it we may soon be constrained to bid adieu to independence, to liberty, and to safety, blessings which from the justice of our cause and the favor of our Almighty Creator, visibly manifested in our protection, we have reason to expect, if in an humble dependence on His divine providence we strenuously exert the means which are placed in our power. Notwithstanding this pathetic appeal, and the general feeling that something must be speedily done, the state legislatures were slow to adopt the Articles. In the first place, they did not seem to accord with the prevailing sentiment of the people, as set forth in the Declaration of Independence, and in many things that Declaration and the Articles of Confederation were manifestly antipotent. The former was based on declared right, the foundation of the latter was asserted power. The former was based upon a superintending providence, and the inalienable rights of man. The latter rested upon the sovereignty of declared power, one ascending for the foundation of human government to the laws of nature and of nature's God, written upon the heart of man, the other resting upon the basis of human institutions, and prescriptive law and colonial charters. Footnote: John Quincy Adams, Jubilee Discourse, 1839. End of footnote. Again, the system of representation proposed was highly objectionable, because each state was entitled to the same voice in Congress, whatever might be the difference in population. But the most objectionable feature of all was that the question of the limits of the several states, and also in whom was vested the control or possession of the crown lands, was not only unadjusted but wholly unnoticed. These and other defects caused most of the states to hesitate at first to adopt the Articles, and several of them for a long time utterly refused to accept them. On the 22nd of June, 1778, Congress proceeded to consider the objections of the states to the Articles of Confederation, and on the 27th of the same month a form of ratification was adopted and ordered to be engrossed upon parchment, with a view that the same should be signed by such delegates as were instructed so to do by their respective legislatures. On the 9th of July, the delegates of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and South Carolina signed the Articles. The delegates from New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland were not yet empowered to ratify and sign. Georgia and North Carolina were not represented, and the ratification of New York was conditional that all the other states should ratify. The delegates from North Carolina signed the articles on the 21st of July, those of Georgia on the 24th of the same month, those of New Jersey on the 26th of November, and those of Delaware on the 22nd of February and 5th of May, 1779. Maryland still firmly refused to ratify until the question of the conflicting claims of the Union and of the separate states to the Crown lands should be fully adjusted. This point was finally settled by cessions of the claiming states to the United States of all the unsettled and unappropriated lands for the benefit of the whole Union. This cession of the Crown lands to the Union originated the territorial system, and the erection of the Northwestern Territory into a distinct government similar to the existing states, having a local legislature of its own. The insuperable objection of Maryland having been removed by the settlement of this question, her delegates signed the Articles of Confederation on the 1st day of March, 1781, 4 years and 4 months after they were adopted by Congress. By this act of Maryland, they became the organic law of the Union, and on the 2nd of March, Congress assembled under the new powers. The end of Section 72.
Section 73 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brenda McCracken. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. The Federal Constitution. It was early perceived that the Articles of Confederation conferred powers upon Congress quite inadequate to the objects of an effective national government. That body, according to the terms of those articles, possessed no power to liquidate debts incurred during the war. It had the privilege only of recommending to the several states the payment thereof. This recommendation was tardily complied with, and Congress possessed no power to compel the states to obey its mandates. Footnote: the general government, at the close of the Revolution, was burdened with a foreign debt of $8 millions and a domestic debt of about 30 millions, due to the Army and to other American citizens. During 14 months, only $482,890 were paid into the public treasury, and the foreign interest was paid by a fresh loan from Holland. End of footnote. To a great extent, the people lost all regard for the authority of Congress, and the commercial affairs of the country became wretchedly deranged. In truth, everything seemed to be tending towards utter chaos soon after peace in 1783, and the leading minds of the Revolution, in view of increasing and magnified evils, and the glaring defects of the Articles of Confederation, were turned to a consideration of a plan for a closer union of the states, and for a general government founded on the principles of the Declaration of Independence, from which the Confederation in question widely departed. The sagacious mind of Washington perceived with intense anxiety the tendency towards ruin of that fair fabric which his prowess had helped to rear, and he took the initial step toward the adoption of measures which finally resulted in the formation of the present Constitution of the United States. Washington had contemplated a scheme for uniting the Potomac with the Ohio, and through his influence, the legislatures of Virginia and Maryland were induced to send commissioners to Alexandria in March 1785 to deliberate upon the subject. During their stay at Mount Vernon, they devised another commission to establish a general tariff on imports and to mature other commercial regulations. This convention was held at Annapolis in September 1786, but only 5 states were represented: Virginia, Delaware, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. Footnote: the names of the members of the convention were as follows: New York, Alexander Hamilton, Egbert Benson; New Jersey, Abraham Clark, William C. Houston, James Sherman. Pennsylvania, Tench Cox. Delaware, George Reed, John Dickinson, Richard Bassett. Virginia, Edmund Randolph, James Madison Jr., George Tucker. End of footnote. The chief object of the convention was to consult on the best means of remedying the defects of the federal government. The delegates met on the 11th, and by a unanimous vote, chose John Dickinson chairman. After a full interchange of sentiments, they agreed that a committee should be appointed to prepare a draft of a report to be made to the legislatures of the several states then represented. On the 14th of September, the following report was submitted. To the Honorable, the legislatures of Virginia, Delaware, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. The commissioners from said states, respectively, assembled at Annapolis, humbly beg leave to report that pursuant to their several appointments, they met at Annapolis in the state of Maryland on the 11th day of September instant, and having proceeded to a communication of their powers, they found that the states of New York, Pennsylvania, and Virginia had in substance and nearly in the same terms authorized their respective commissioners, quote, to meet such commissioners as were or might be appointed by the other states in the Union at such time and place as should be agreed upon by the said commissioners, to take into consideration the trade and commerce of the United States, to consider how far a uniform system in their commercial intercourse and regulations might be necessary to their common interest and permanent harmony, and to report on the several states such an act relative to this great object as, when unanimously ratified by them, would enable the United States, in Congress assembled, effectually to provide for the same. End quote. That the state of Delaware had given similar powers to their commissioners, with this difference only, that the act to be framed in virtue of these powers is required to be reported, quote, to the United States, in Congress assembled, to be agreed to by them and confirmed by the legislature of every state. End quote. That the state of New Jersey had enlarged the object of their appointment, empowering their commissioners, quote, to consider how far a uniform system in their commercial regulations and other important matters might be necessary to the common interest and permanent harmony of the several states. End quote. And to report such an act on the subject as, when ratified by them, quote, would enable the United States, in Congress assembled, effectually to provide for the exigencies of the Union. End quote. That appointments of commissioners have also been made by the states of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and North Carolina, none of whom, however, have attended, but that no information has been received by your commissioners of any appointment having been made by the states of Connecticut, Maryland, South Carolina, or Georgia. That the express terms of the powers to your commissioners, supposing a deputation from all the states, and having for object the trade and commerce of the United States, your commissioners did not conceive it advisable to proceed on the business of their mission under the circumstances of so partial and defective a representation. Deeply impressed, however, with the magnitude and importance of the object confided to them on this occasion, your commissioners cannot forbear to indulge an expression of their earnest and unanimous wish that speedy measures may be taken to effect a general meeting of the states in a future convention for the same and such other purpose as the situation of public affairs may be found to require. If, in expressing this wish, or in intimating any other sentiment, your commissioners should seem to exceed the strict bounds of their appointment, they entertain a full confidence that a conduct dictated by an anxiety for the welfare of the United States will not fail to receive an indulgent construction. In this persuasion, your commissioners submit an opinion that the idea of extending the powers of their deputies to other objects than those of commerce, which has been adopted by the state of New Jersey, was an improvement on the original plan and will deserve to be incorporated into that of a future convention. They are the more naturally led to this conclusion, as in the course of their reflections on the subject, they have been induced to think that the power of regulating trade is of such comprehensive extent and will enter so far into the general system of the federal government that to give it efficacy and to obviate questions and doubts concerning its precise nature and limits may require a correspondent adjustment of other parts of the federal system. That there are important defects in the system of the federal government is acknowledged by the acts of all those states which have conferred in the present meeting. That the defects, upon a closer examination, may be found greater and more numerous than even these acts imply is at least so far probable from the embarrassments which characterize the present state of our national affairs, foreign and domestic, as may reasonably be supposed to merit a deliberate and candid discussion in some mode which will unite the sentiments and counsels of all the states. In the choice of the mode, your commissioners are of opinion that a convention of deputies from the different states, for the special and sole purpose of entering into this investigation and digesting a plan for supplying such defects as may be discovered to exist, will be entitled to a preference from considerations which will occur without being particularized. Your commissioners decline an enumeration of those national circumstances on which their opinion respecting the propriety of a future convention with more enlarged powers is founded, as it would be a useless intrusion of facts and observations, most of which have been frequently the subject of public discussion, and none of which can have escaped the penetration of those to whom they would, in this instance, be addressed. They are, however, of a nature so serious, as in the view of your commissioners, to render the situation of the United States delicate and critical, calling for an exertion of the united virtue and wisdom of all the members of the Confederacy. Under this impression, your commissioners, with the most respectful deference, beg leave to suggest their unanimous conviction that it may essentially tend to advance the interests of the Union if the states, by whom they have been respectively delegated, would themselves concur and use their endeavors to procure the concurrence of the other states in the appointment of commissioners to meet at Philadelphia on the second Monday in May next, to take into consideration the situation of the United States, to devise such further provisions as shall appear to them necessary, to render the Constitution of the federal government adequate to the exigencies of the Union, and to report such an act for that purpose to the United States in Congress assembled, as, when agreed to by them and afterward confirmed by the legislature of every state, will effectually provide for the same. Though your commissioners could not, with propriety, address those observations and sentiments to any but the states they have the honor to represent, they have nevertheless concluded, from motives of respect, to transmit copies of this report to the United States in Congress assembled and to the executives of the other states. By order of the commissioners, dated at Annapolis, September 14th, 1786. This report was adopted and transmitted to Congress. On the 21st of February, the committee of that body, consisting of Messrs. Dane, Varnum, S.M. Mitchell, Smith, Cadwallader, Irvine, N. Mitchell, Forrest, Grayson, Blount, Bull, and Few, to whom the report of the commissioners was referred, reported thereon and offered the following resolutions. That is to say, Congress, having had under consideration the letter of John Dickinson, Esquire, chairman of the commissioners, who assembled at Annapolis during the last year, also the proceedings of the said commissioners, and entirely coinciding with them, as to the inefficiency of the federal government and the necessity of devising such further provisions as shall render the same adequate to the exigencies of the Union, do strongly recommend to the different legislatures to send forward delegates to meet the proposed convention on the second Monday in May next at the city of Philadelphia. The delegates for the state of New York thereupon laid before Congress instructions which they had received from their constituents, and in pursuance of the said instructions, moved to postpone the further consideration of the report in order to take up the following proposition. That is to say, quote, that it be recommended to the states composing the Union that a convention of representatives from the said states respectively be held for the purpose of revising the Articles of Confederation and perpetual union between the United States of America, and reporting to the United States in Congress assembled, and to the states respectively, such alterations and amendments of the said Articles of Confederation as the representatives, met in such convention, shall judge proper and necessary to render them adequate to the preservation and support of the Union. End quote. On taking the question, only 3 states voted in the affirmative, and the resolution was negatived. A motion was then made by the delegates for Massachusetts to postpone the further consideration of the report in order to take into consideration a motion which they read in their place. This being agreed to, the motion of the delegates for Massachusetts was taken up, and being amended was agreed to as follows. Quote, whereas there is provision in the Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union for making alterations therein, by the assent of a Congress of the United States and of the legislatures of the several states, and whereas experience hath evinced that there are defects in the present Confederation, as a mean to remedy which several of the states, and particularly the state of New York, by express instructions to their delegates in Congress, have suggested a convention for the purposes expressed in the following resolution, and such convention appearing to be the most probable means of establishing in these states a firm national government, quote, resolved, that in the opinion of Congress, it is expedient that on the second day in May next, a convention of delegates, who shall have been appointed by the several states, be held at Philadelphia for the sole and express purpose of revising the Articles of Confederation and reporting to Congress and the several legislatures such alterations and provisions therein as shall, when agreed to in Congress and confirmed by the states, render the federal Constitution adequate to the exigencies of the government and the preservation of the Union. End quote. This preamble and resolution were immediately transmitted to the several speakers of state legislative assemblies, and they were laid before the representatives of the people in all the states of the Confederacy. While a feeling prevailed generally that something must be done to avert the threatened anarchy toward which governmental operations were tending, great caution was observed in the delegation of powers and in instruction to those who should be appointed members of the proposed convention. However, in compliance with the recommendation of Congress, delegates were chosen in the several states for the purpose of revising the Articles of Confederation, and assembled in Philadelphia on the second Monday in May, 1787. All the states were represented except Rhode Island. Washington, who was a delegate from Virginia, was chosen president of the convention. Able statesmen were his associates, and they entered earnestly upon their duties. They had not proceeded far, however, before they perceived that the Articles of Confederation were so radically defective and their powers so inadequate to the wants of the country that instead of trying to amend the code of the old Federation, they went diligently at work to form a new constitution. Edmund Randolph submitted a series of resolutions on the 29th of May, which embodied the plan of a new constitution. It was proposed to form a general government consisting of a legislature, executive, and judiciary, and a revenue, army, and navy independent of the control of the several states. It was to have power to conduct war, establish peace, make treaties, to have the exclusive privilege of coining money, and the supervision of all national transactions. Upon general principles, this plan was highly approved, but in that convention there were many ardent and pure patriots who looked upon the preservation of state sovereignty as essential and regarded this proposed form of government as a radical infringement upon those rights. They therefore violently opposed it. Another plan was proposed by Mr. Patterson, a delegate from New Jersey. It enlarged the power of Congress, but left it resources and supplies to be found through the medium of the state governments. This plan had that serious defect of the Articles of Confederation, a dependence of the general government upon the several states for its vitality. On the 12th of September, the committee to, quote, revise the Articles, end quote, submitted the following resolution to Congress, which was adopted. Quote, resolved unanimously that the said report, with the resolutions and letters accompanying the same, be transmitted to the several legislatures in order to be submitted to a convention of delegates chosen in each state by the people thereof, in conformity to the resolves of the convention made and provided in that case. The following is a certified copy of the Constitution sent to the various states for ratification, together with all its amendments subsequently made and profusely annotated. It is copied from and compared with the roll in the Department of State. End of section 73. Section 74 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brenda McCracken. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. The Federal Constitution, Article 1. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1. Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this Union according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years, in such manner as they shall by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative. And until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers, and shall have the sole power of impeachment. Section 3. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, chosen by the legislature thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. Immediately after they shall be assembled in consequence of the first election, they shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the 2nd year, of the second class at the expiration of the 4th year, and of the 3rd class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every 2nd year. And if vacancies happen by resignation or otherwise during the recess of the legislature of any state, the executive thereof may make temporary appointments until the next meeting of the legislature, which shall then fill such vacancies. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained to the age of 30 years, and been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state for which he shall be chosen. The Vice President of the United States shall be President of the Senate, but shall have no vote unless they be equally divided. The Senate shall choose their other officers, and also a president pro tempore, in the absence of a vice president, or when he shall exercise the office of President of the United States. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. Section 4. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and each meeting shall be on the first Monday in December, unless they shall, by law, appoint a different day. Section 5. Each House shall be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, and a majority of each shall constitute a quorum to do business. But a smaller number may adjourn from day to day, and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members in such manner and under such penalties as each House may provide. Each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and, with the concurrence of 2/3, expel a member. Footnote: to an action of trespass against the Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives of the United States for assault and battery and false imprisonment, it is a legal justification and bar to plead that a Congress was held and sitting during the period of the trespasses complained, and that the House of Representatives had resolved that the plaintiff had been guilty of a breach of the privileges of the House, and of a high contempt of the dignity and authority of the same, and had ordered that the Speaker should issue his warrant to the Sergeant at Arms, commanding him to take the plaintiff into custody wherever to be found, and to have him before the said House to answer to the said charge, and that the Speaker did accordingly issue such a warrant, reciting the said resolution and order, and commanding the Sergeant at Arms to take the plaintiff into custody, and deliver the said warrant to the defendant, by virtue of which warrant the defendant arrested the plaintiff and conveyed him to the bar of the House, where he was heard in his defense touching the matter of said charge, and the examination being adjourned from day to day, and the House having ordered the plaintiff to be detained in custody, he was accordingly detained by the defendant until he was finally adjudged to be guilty and convicted of the charge aforesaid, and ordered to be forthwith brought to the bar and reprimanded by the Speaker, and then discharged from custody, and after being thus reprimanded was actually discharged from the arrest and custody aforesaid. Anderson versus Dunn. Each House shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as may in their judgment require secrecy, and the yeas and nays of the members of either House on any question shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered on the journal. Neither House, during the session of Congress, shall, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days, nor to any other place than that in which the two Houses shall be sitting. Section 6. The Senators and Representatives shall receive a compensation for their services, to be ascertained by law and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall, in all cases, except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective Houses, and in going to and returning from the same. And for any speech or debate in either House, they shall not be questioned in any other place. No senator or representative shall, during the time for which he was elected, be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created, or the emoluments whereof shall have been increased during such time. And no person holding any office under the United States shall be a member of either House during his continuance in office. Section 7. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. Every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it became a law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he approve, he shall sign it, but if not, he shall return it with his objections to that House in which it shall have originated, who shall enter the objections at large on their journal and proceed to reconsider it. If, after such reconsideration, 2/3 of that House shall agree to pass the bill, it shall be sent, together with the objections, to the other House, by which it shall likewise be reconsidered, and if approved by 2/3 of that House, it shall become a law. But in all such cases, the votes of both Houses shall be determined by yeas and nays, and the names of the persons voting for and against the bill shall be entered on the journal of each House respectively. If any bill shall not be returned by the President within 10 days, Sunday excepted, after it shall have been presented to him, the same shall be a law, in like manner as if he had signed it, unless the Congress by their adjournment prevent its return, in which case it shall not be a law. Every order, resolution, or vote to which the concurrence of the Senate and House of Representatives may be necessary, except on a question of adjournment, shall be presented to the President of the United States, and before the same shall take effect, shall be approved by him, or being disapproved by him, shall be repassed by 2/3 of the Senate and House of Representatives, according to the rules and limitations prescribed in the case of a bill. Section 8. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States, but all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. To borrow money on the credit of the United States, to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes, to establish a uniform rule of naturalization, and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States, to coin money, regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures, to provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States, to establish post offices and post roads, to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries, to constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court, to define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the law of nations, to declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water, to raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years, to provide and maintain a navy, to make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces, to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions, to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states respectively the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress, to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district, not exceeding 10 miles square, as may, by cession of particular states, and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of the government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be, for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings, and to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers, and all other powers vested by this Constitution in the government of the United States or in any department or officer thereof. Section 8 Footnotes. The power of Congress to lay and collect taxes, duties, etc., extends to the District of Columbia and to the territories of the United States, as well as to the states. Loughborough v. Blake. But Congress are not bound to extend a direct tax to the district and territories. Under the Constitution of the United States, the power of naturalization is exclusively in Congress. Chivak v. Chivak. Since the adoption of the Constitution of the United States, a state has authority to pass a bankrupt law, provided such law does not impair the obligation of contracts within the meaning of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, and provided there be no act of Congress in force to establish a uniform system of bankruptcy conflicting with such law. Sturgis versus Crowninshield. The Act of the 3rd of March, 1819, Chapter 76, Section 5, referring to the law of nations for a definition of the crime of piracy, is a constitutional exercise of the power of Congress to define and punish that crime. United States versus Smith. Congress have power to provide for the punishment of offenses committed by persons on board a ship of war of the United States, wherever that ship may lie. But Congress have not exercised that power in the case of a ship lying in the waters of the United States. The words within fort, arsenal, dockyard, magazine, or in any other place or district of country under the sole and exclusive jurisdiction of the United States, in the 3rd section of the Act of 1790, Chapter 9, not extending to a ship of war, but only to objects in their nature, fixed and territorial. United States versus Bevins. Congress has authority to impose a tax on the District of Columbia in proportion to the census directed to be taken by the Constitution. Loughborough versus Blake. But Congress are not bound to extend a direct tax to the district and territories. The power of Congress to exercise exclusive jurisdiction in all cases whatsoever within the District of Columbia includes the power of taxing it. Whenever the terms in which a power is granted by the Constitution to Congress, or whenever the nature of the power itself requires that it should be exercised exclusively by Congress, the subject is as completely taken away from the state legislatures as if they had been expressly forbidden to act on it. Sturgis versus Crowninshield. Congress has power to incorporate a bank. McCullough versus State of Maryland. The power of establishing a corporation is not a distinct sovereign power or end of government, but only the means of carrying into effect other powers which are sovereign. Whenever it becomes an appropriate means of exercising any of the powers given by the Constitution to the government of the Union, it may be exercised by that government. If a certain means to carry into effect any of the powers expressly given by the Constitution to the government of the Union be an appropriate measure not prohibited by the Constitution, the degree of its necessity is a question of legislative discretion, not of judicial cognizance. The Act of the 19th of April, 1816, Chapter 44, to incorporate the subscribers to the Bank of the United States is a law made in pursuance of the Constitution. The Bank of the United States has constitutionally a right to establish its branches or offices of discount and deposit within any state. There is nothing in the Constitution of the United States similar to the Articles of Confederation, which excludes incidental or implied powers. If the end be legitimate, and within the scope of the Constitution, all the means which are appropriate, which are plainly adapted to that end, and which are not prohibited, may constitutionally be employed to carry it into effect. The powers granted to Congress are not exclusive of similar powers existing in the states, unless where the Constitution has expressly in terms given an exclusive power to Congress, or the exercise of a like power is prohibited to the states, or there is a direct repugnancy or incompatibility in the exercise of it by the states. Houston versus Moore. The example of the first class is to be found in the exclusive legislation delegated to Congress over places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state, in which the same shall be for forts, arsenals, dockyards, etc. Of the second class, the prohibition of the state to coin money or emit bills of credit. Of the third class, the power to establish a uniform rule of naturalization and the delegation of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. In all other classes of cases, the states retain concurrent authority with Congress. But in cases of concurrent authority, where the laws of the states and of the Union are in direct and manifest collision on the same subject, those of the Union, being the supreme law of the land, are of paramount authority, and the state so far, and so far only as such incompatibility exists, must necessarily yield. The state within which a branch of the United States Bank may be established cannot, without violating the Constitution, tax that branch. McCullough v. State of Maryland. The state governments have no right to tax any of the constitutional means employed by the government of the Union to execute its constitutional powers. The states have no power by taxation or otherwise to retard, impede, burden, or in any manner control the operation of the Constitution laws enacted by Congress to carry into effect the powers vested in the national government. This principle does not extend to a tax paid by the real property of the Bank of the United States, in common with the other real property in a particular state, nor to a tax imposed on the proprietary which the citizens of that state may hold in common with the other property of the same description throughout the state. End of Section 8 footnotes. Section 9. The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by Congress prior to the year 1808. But a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation, not exceeding $10 for each person. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it. No bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census or enumeration hereinbefore directed to be taken. No tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state. No preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another, nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law, an irregular statement, an account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept of any present emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever, from any king, prince, or foreign state. Section 10. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any imposts or duties on imports or exports, except what may be absolutely necessary for executing its inspection laws. And the net produce of all duties and imposts laid by any state on imports or exports shall be for the use of the Treasury of the United States. And all such laws shall be subject to the revision and control of the Congress. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any duty of tonnage, keep troops, or ships of war in time of peace, enter into any agreement or compact with another state or with the foreign power, or engage in war, unless actually invaded, or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. Section 10 footnotes. Where a law is in its nature a contract, where absolute rights have vested under that contract, a repeal of the law cannot divest those rights. Fletcher v. Peck. A party to a contract cannot pronounce its own deed invalid, although that party be a sovereign state. A grant is a contract executed. A law annulling conveyance is unconstitutional because it is a law impairing the obligation of contracts within the meaning of the Constitution of the United States. The court will not declare a law to be unconstitutional unless the opposition between the Constitution and the law be clear and plain. An act of the legislature of a state declaring that certain lands which should be purchased for the Indians should not thereafter be subject to any tax constituted a contract which could not, after the adoption of the Constitution of the United States, be rescinded by a subsequent legislative act. Such rescinding act being void under the Constitution of the United States. State of New Jersey versus Wilson. The present Constitution of the United States did not commence its operation until the first Wednesday in March, 1789, and the provision in the Constitution that no state shall make any law impairing the obligation of contracts does not extend to a state law enacted before that day and operating upon rights of property vesting before that time. Owings versus Speed. An act of a state legislature which discharges the debtor from all liability for debts contracted previous to his discharge, on his surrendering his property for the benefit of his creditors, is a law impairing the obligation of contracts within the meaning of the Constitution of the United States, so far as it attempts to discharge the contract. And it makes no difference in such a case that the suit was brought in a state court of the state of which both the parties were citizens where the contract was made, and the discharge obtained, and where they continued to reside until the suit was brought. Farmers and Mechanics Bank versus Smith. The Act of New York, passed on the 3rd of April, 1811, which not only liberates the person of the debtor, but discharges him from all liability of any debt contracted previous to his discharge, on his surrendering his property in the manner it prescribes, so far as it attempts to discharge the contract, is a law impairing the obligation of contracts within the meaning of the Constitution of the United States, and is not a good plea in bar of an action brought upon such contract. Sturgis versus Crowninshield. Statutes of limitations and usury laws, unless retroactive in their effect, do not impair the obligation of contracts and are constitutional. A state bankrupt or insolvent law, which not only liberates the person of the debtor, but discharges him from all liability for the debt, so far as it attempts to discharge the contract, is repugnant to the Constitution of the United States, and it makes no difference in the application of this principle whether the law was passed before or after the debt was contracted. Macmillan versus McNeill. The charter granted by the British Crown to the trustees of Dartmouth College in New Hampshire in the year 1769 is a contract within the meaning of that clause of the Constitution of the United States, Article 1, Section 10, which declares that no state shall make any law impairing the obligation of contracts. The charter was not dissolved by the Revolution. College versus Woodard. An act of the state legislature of New Hampshire, altering the charter of Dartmouth College in a material respect, without the consent of the corporation, is an act impairing the obligation of the charter and is unconstitutional and void. End of Section 10 footnotes. End of Section 74. Section 75 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brenda McCracken. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. by Benson, Lossing. The Federal Constitution, Article 2 and 3. Article 2, Section 1. The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and together with the Vice President, chosen for the same term, be elected as follows. Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress. But no senator or representative, or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States, shall be appointed an elector. Beginning of a clause which was annulled. The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for 2 persons, of whom one at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. And they shall make a list of all the persons voted for, and the number of votes for each, which list they shall sign and certify and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if there be more than one who have such majority, and have an equal number of votes, then the House of Representatives shall immediately choose by ballot one of them for President. And if no person have a majority, then from the 5 highest on the list, the said House shall in like manner choose the President. But in choosing the President, the vote shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. In every case, after the choice of President, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the Vice President. But if there should remain 2 or more who have equal votes, the Senate shall choose from them by ballot the Vice President. End of a clause that was annulled. The Congress may determine the time of choosing the electors and the day on which they shall give their votes, which day shall be the same throughout the United States. No person, except a natural-born citizen, or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution, shall be eligible for the office of President. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years, and been 14 years a resident within the United States. In case of the removal of the President from office, or of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge the powers and duties of the said office, the same shall devolve on the Vice President. And the Congress may by law provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the President and Vice President, declaring what officer shall then act as President, and such officer shall act accordingly until the disability be removed or a President shall be elected. The President shall, at stated times, receive for his services a compensation which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected, and he shall not receive within that period any other emolument from the United States or any of them. Before he enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. Quote, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. End quote. Article 2, Section 2. The President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, and of the militia of the several states when called into the actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion, in writing, of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices. And he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. He shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur. And he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law. But the Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. The President shall have power to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate, by granting commissions, which shall expire at the end of their next session. Section 2 Footnotes. The Act of the State of Pennsylvania of the 28th of March, 1814, providing, Section 21, that the officers and privates of the militia of that state, neglecting or refusing to serve when called into actual service, in pursuance of any order or requisition of the President of the United States, shall be liable to the penalties defined in the Act of Congress of 28th of February, 1795, Chapter 277, or to any penalty which may have been prescribed since the date of that act, or which may hereafter be prescribed by any law of the United States, and also providing for the trial of such delinquents by a state court-martial, and that a list of the delinquents fined by such court should be furnished to the Marshal of the United States, and also to the Comptroller of the Treasury of the United States, in order that the further proceedings directed to be had thereon by the laws of the United States might be completed, is not repugnant to the Constitution and laws of the United States. Houston v. Moore. End footnote. Article 2, Section 3. He shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the state of the Union, and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may, on extraordinary occasions, convene both houses or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and shall commission all the officers of the United States. Article 2, Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 3, Section 1. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior, and shall, at stated times, receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. Footnote: Congress may constitutionally impose upon the judges of the Supreme Court of the United States the burden of holding circuit courts. Stewart v. Laird. End footnote. Article 3, Section 2. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority. To all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdictions, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party, to controversies between two or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states, and between a state or the citizens thereof and foreign states, citizens, or subjects. In all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, and those in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all the other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exceptions and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the state where the said crimes shall have been committed. But when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed. Section 2, Footnotes. A citizen of the District of Columbia is not a citizen of a state within the meaning of the Constitution of the United States. Hepburn et al. Versus LZ. The Supreme Court of the United States has not power to issue a mandamus to a Secretary of State of the United States, it being an exercise of original jurisdiction not warranted by the Constitution, notwithstanding the act of Congress. Marbury versus Madison. The appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court of the United States extends to a final judgment or decree in any suit in the highest court of law, or equity, or estate, where is drawn in question the validity of a treaty. Martin versus Hunter's Lessee. Such judgment may be re-examined by writ of error in the same manner as if rendered in a circuit court. If the cause has been once remanded before, and the state court decline or refuse to carry into effect the mandate of the Supreme Court thereon, this court will proceed to a final decision of the same and award execution thereon. Query, whether this court has authority to issue a mandamus to the state court to enforce a former judgment? If the validity or construction of a treaty of the United States is drawn in question and the decision is against its validity, or the title specially set up by either party under the treaty, this court has jurisdiction to ascertain that title and determine its legal validity, and is not confined to the abstract construction of the treaty itself. Query, whether the courts of the United States have jurisdiction of offenses at common law against the United States? United States versus Coolidge. The courts of the United States have exclusive jurisdiction of all seizures made on land or water for a breach of the laws of the United States, and any intervention of a state authority, which by taking the thing seized out of the hands of the United States officer might obstruct the exercise of this jurisdiction, is illegal. Slocum versus Mayberry et al. In such a case, the court of the United States have cognizance of the seizure, may enforce a redelivery of the thing by attachment or other summary process. The question under such a seizure, whether a forfeiture has been actually incurred, belongs exclusively to the courts of the United States, and it depends upon the final decree of such courts whether the seizure is to be deemed rightful or tortuous. If the seizing officer refused to institute proceedings to ascertain the forfeiture, the district court may, on application of the aggrieved party, compel the officer to proceed to adjudication, or to abandon the seizure. The jurisdiction of the Circuit Court of the United States extends to a case between citizens of Kentucky claiming lands exceeding the value of $500 under different grants, the one issued by the state of Kentucky and the other by the state of Virginia, upon warrants issued by Virginia and locations founded thereon prior to the separation of Kentucky from Virginia. It is the grant which passes the legal title to the land, and if the controversy is founded upon the conflicting grants of different states, the judicial power of the courts of the United States extend to the case, whatever may have been the equitable title of the parties prior to the grant. Colson et al. Versus Lewis. Under the Judiciary of 1789, Chapter 20, Section 25, giving appellate jurisdiction to the Supreme Court of the United States, from the final judgment or decree of the highest court of law or equity of a state, in certain cases the writ of error may be directed to any court in which the record and judgment on which it is to act may be found. And if the record has been remitted by the highest court to another court of the state, it may be brought by the writ of error from that court. Gelston versus Hoyt. The remedies in the courts of the United States at common law and in equity are to be not according to the practice of state courts, but according to the principles of common law and equity as defined in England. This doctrine reconciled with the decisions of the courts of Tennessee, permitting an equitable title to be asserted in an action of law. Robinson versus Campbell. Remedies in respect to real property are to be pursued according to the lex loci re cite. The courts of the United States have exclusive cognizance of questions of forfeitures upon all seizures made under the laws of the United States, and it is not competent for a state court to entertain or decide such questions of forfeiture. If a sentence of condemnation be definitively pronounced by the proper court of the United States, it is conclusive that a forfeiture is incurred. If a sentence of acquittal, it is equally conclusive against the forfeiture, and in either case the question cannot be again litigated in any common law forever. Gelston versus Hoyt. Where a seizure is made for a supposed forfeiture under a law of the United States, no action of trespass lies in any common law tribunal until a final decree is pronounced upon the proceeding in rem to enforce such forfeiture. For it depends upon the final decree of the proceeding in rem whether such seizure is to be deemed rightful or tortuous, and the action, if brought before such decree is made, is brought too soon. If a suit be brought against the seizing officer for the supposed trespass while the suit for the forfeiture is depending, the fact of such pending may be pleaded in abatement or as a temporary bar of the action. If after a decree of condemnation, then that fact may be pleaded as a bar. If after an acquittal with a certificate of reasonable cause of seizure, then that may be pleaded as a bar. If after an acquittal without such certificate, then the officer is without any justification for the seizure, and it is definitively settled to be a tortuous act. If to an action of trespass in a state court for a seizure, the seizing officer plead the fact of forfeiture in his defense without averring a les pendens or a condemnation of an acquittal, with the certificate of reasonable cause of seizure, the plea is bad, for it attempts to put in issue the question of forfeiture in a state court. Supposing that the third article of the Constitution of the United States, which declares that, quote, the judicial power shall extend to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, end quote, vested in the United States exclusive jurisdiction of all such cases, and that a murder committed in the waters of a state where the tide ebbs and flows is a case of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. Yet Congress have not, in the 8th section of the Act of 1790, Chapter 9, quote, for the punishment of certain crimes against the United States, end quote, so exercised this power, as to confer on the courts of the United States jurisdiction over such murder. United States versus Bevins. Query: whether courts of common law have concurrent jurisdiction with the Admiralty over murder committed in bays, etc., which are enclosed parts of the sea? The grant to the United States in the Constitution of all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction does not extend to a cession of the waters in which those cases may arise, or of general jurisdiction over the same. Congress may pass all laws which are necessary for giving the most complete effect to the exercise of the admiralty and maritime jurisdiction granted to the government of the Union. But the general jurisdiction over the place subject to this grant adheres to the territory as a portion of territory not yet given away, and the residuary powers of legislation still remain in the state. The Supreme Court of the United States has constitutionally appellate jurisdiction under the Judiciary Act of 1789, Chapter 20, Section 25, from the final judgment or decree of the highest court of law or equity of a state having jurisdiction of the subject matter of the suit, where is drawn in question the validity of a treaty or statute of, or an authority exercised under the United States, and the decision is against their validity, or where is drawn in question the validity of a statute of, or an authority exercised under any state, on the ground of their being repugnant to the Constitution, treaties, or laws of the United States, and the decision is in favor of such their validity, or of the Constitution, or of a treaty or statute of, or commission held under the United States, and the decision is against the title, right, privilege, or exemption specially set up or claimed by either party under such cause of the Constitution, treaty, statute, or commission. Cohens versus Virginia. It is no objection to the exercise of this appellate jurisdiction that one of the parties is a state and the other a citizen of that state. The circuit courts of the Union have chancery jurisdiction in every state. They have the same chancery powers and the same rules of decision in equity cases in all the states. United States versus Howland. Resolutions of the Legislature of Virginia of 1810, upon the proposition from Pennsylvania to amend the Constitution so as to provide an impartial tribunal to decide disputes between the state and federal judiciaries. Note to Cohens versus Virginia. Where a cause is brought to this court by writ of error, or appeal from the highest court of law, or equity of a state under the 25th section of the Judiciary Act of 1789, Chapter 20, upon the ground that the validity of a statute of the United States was drawn in question, and that the decision of the state court was against its validity, or that the validity of the statute of a state was drawn in question as repugnant to the Constitution of the United States, and the decision was in favor of its validity, it must appear from the record that the act of Congress, or the constitutionality of the state law, was drawn in question. Miller versus Nichols. But it is not required that the record should in terms state a misconstruction of the act of Congress, or that it was drawn into question. It is sufficient to give the court jurisdiction of the case, that the record should show that an act of Congress was applicable to the case. The Supreme Court of the United States has no jurisdiction under the 25th section of the Judiciary Act of 1789, Chapter 20, unless the judgment or decree of the state court be a final judgment or decree. A judgment reversing that of an inferior court and awarding a venire facies de novo is not a final judgment. Houston versus Moore. By the Compact of 1802, settling the boundary line between Virginia and Tennessee, and the laws made in pursuance thereof, it is declared that all claims and titles to land derived from Virginia or North Carolina or Tennessee, which have fallen into the respective states, shall remain as secure to the owners thereof as if derived from the government within whose boundaries they have fallen, and shall not be prejudiced or affected by the establishment of the line. Where the titles of both the plaintiff and defendant in ejectment were derived under grant from Virginia to lands which fell within the limits of Tennessee, it was held that a prior settlement right thereto, which would in equity give the party a title, could not be asserted as a sufficient title in an action of ejectment brought in the Circuit Court of Tennessee. Robinson v. Campbell. Although the state courts of Tennessee have decided that, under their statutes, declaring an elder grant founded on a junior entry to be void, a junior patent founded on a prior entry shall prevail at law against a senior patent founded on a junior entry, this doctrine has never been extended beyond cases within the express provision of the Statute of Tennessee, and could not apply to titles deriving all their validity from the laws of Virginia, and confirmed by the compact between the two states. End of Section 2, footnotes. Article 3, Section 3. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses to the same overt act, or on confession in open court. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeiture except during the life of the person attainted. End of Section 75. Section 76 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brenda McCracken. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. The Federal Constitution. Articles 4, 5, 6, and 7. Article 4, Section 1. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state. And the Congress may, by general laws, prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved, and the effect thereof. Section 1, footnotes. A judgment of a state court has the same credit, validity, and effect in every other court within the United States, which it had in the court where it was rendered. And whatever pleas would be good to a suit thereon in such state, and none others, can be pleaded in any other court within the United States. Hampton v. McConnell. The record of a judgment in one state is conclusive evidence in another, although it appears that the suit in which it was rendered was commenced by an attachment of property, the defendant having afterward appeared and taken defense. Mayhew v. Thatcher. Article 4, Section 2. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime, who shall flee from justice and be found in another state, shall on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. No person held to service or labor in one state, under the laws thereof escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from any service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. Article 4, Section 3. New states may be admitted by the Congress into this Union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be formed by the junction of two or more states, or parts of states, without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned, as well as of the Congress. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States. And nothing in this Constitution shall be so construed as to prejudice any claims of the United States or of any particular state. Article 4, Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion. And on application of the legislature, or of the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened, against domestic violence. Article 5. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which, in either case, shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislature of 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress, provided that no amendment which may be made prior to the year 1808 shall in any manner affect the first and fourth clauses in the 9th section of the first article, and that no state, without its consent, shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. Article 6. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Federation. This Constitution and the laws of the United States which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. The senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. But no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Article 6, Footnotes. An act of Congress repugnant to the Constitution cannot become a law. Marbury v. Madison. The courts of the United States are bound to take notice of the Constitution. Marbury v. Madison. A contemporary exposition of the Constitution, practiced and acquiesced under for a period of years, fixes its construction. Stewart v. Laird. The government of the Union, though limited in its powers, is supreme within its sphere of action, and its laws, when made in pursuance of the Constitution, form the supreme law of the land. McCullough v. State of Maryland. End of Article 6, Footnotes. Article 7. The ratification of the conventions of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of the Constitution between the states so ratifying the same. Done in convention by the unanimous consent of the states present, the 17th day of September, in the year of our Lord 1787, and of the independence of the United States of America the 12th, in witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names. George Washington, President and Deputy from Virginia. New Hampshire, John Langdon, Nicholas Gilman. Massachusetts, Nathaniel Gorham, Rufus King. Connecticut, William Samuel Johnson, Roger Sherman. New York, Alexander Hamilton. New Jersey, William Livingston, David Brearley, William Patterson, Jonathan Dayton. Pennsylvania, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Mifflin, Robert Morris, George Clymer, Thomas Fitzsimmons, Jared Ingersoll, James Wilson, Gouverneur Morris. Delaware, George Reed, Gunning Bedford Jr., John Dickinson, Richard Bassett, Jacob Broome. Maryland, James McHenry, Daniel of St. Thomas Jennifer, Daniel Carroll. Virginia, John Blair, James Madison Jr. North Carolina, William Blount, Richard Dobbs Speight, Hugh Williamson. South Carolina, John Rutledge, Charles C. Pinckney, Charles Pinckney, Pierce Butler. Georgia, William Few, Abraham Baldwin. Attested by William Jackson, Secretary. End of section 76. Section 77 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brenda McCracken. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. The Federal Constitution. Amendments. Footnote. Congress, at its first session, begun and held in the city of New York on Wednesday, the 4th of March, 1789, proposed to the legislatures of the several states 12 amendments to the Constitution, 10 of which only were adopted. End of footnote. Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, ratified according to the provisions of the 5th article of the foregoing Constitution. Article the 1st. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Article the 2nd. A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, shall not be infringed. Article the 3rd. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in a time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Article the 4th. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects, against unreasonable searches and seizures, shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Article the 5th. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Article the 6th. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation. To be confronted with the witnesses against him. To have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Article the 7th. In suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rule of the common law. Footnote. The Act of Assembly of Maryland of 1793, Chapter 30, incorporating the Bank of Columbia and giving to the corporation a summary process by execution in the nature of an attachment against its debtors who have, by an express consent in writing, made the bonds, bills, or notes, by them drawn and endorsed, negotiable at the bank, is not repugnant to the Constitution of the United States or of Maryland. Bank of Columbia versus Oakley. But the last provision in the Act of Incorporation, which gives this summary process to the bank, is no part of its corporate franchise, and may be repealed or altered at pleasure by the legislative will. End of footnote. Article the 8th. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Article the 9th. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Article the 10th. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. Footnote. The powers granted to Congress are not exclusive of similar powers existing in the states, unless where the Constitution has expressly in terms given an exclusive power to Congress, or the exercise of a like power is prohibited to the states, or there is a direct repugnancy or incompatibility in the exercise of it by the states. Houston versus Moore. The example of the first class is to be found in the exclusive legislation delegated to Congress over places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be for forts, arsenals, dockyards, etc. Of the second class, the prohibition of a state to coin money or emit bills of credit. Of the third class, the power to establish a uniform rule of naturalization, and the delegation of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. In all other classes of cases, the states retain concurrent authority with Congress. But in cases of concurrent authority, where the laws of the states and the Union are in direct and manifest collision on the same subject, those of the Union, being the supreme law of the land, are of paramount authority, and the state laws so far, and so far only as such incompatibility exists, must necessarily yield. There is nothing in the Constitution of the United States, similar to the Articles of Confederation, which excludes incidental or implied powers. McCulloch v. State of Maryland. If the end be legitimate and within the scope of the Constitution, all the means which are appropriate, which are plainly adapted to that end, and which are not prohibited, may constitutionally be employed to carry it into effect. The Act of Congress of 4th May 1812, entitled, quote, "An Act further to amend the Charter of the City of Washington," end quote, which provides, Section 6, that the corporation of the city shall be empowered for certain purposes and under certain restrictions to authorize the drawing of lotteries, does not extend to authorize the corporation to force the sale of the tickets in such lottery in states where such sale may be prohibited by the state laws. Cohens v. Virginia. End of 10th article footnotes. Article the 11th. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity, commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of another state, or by citizens or subjects of any foreign state. Article the 12th. Footnote. Proposed at the first session of the 8th Congress. See Article, Section 1, Clause 3, annulled by this amendment. The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for president and vice president, one of whom, at least, shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name in their ballots the person voted for as president, and in distinct ballots the person voted for as vice president, and they shall make distinct lists of all persons voted for as president, and of all persons voted for as vice president, and of the number of votes for each, which lists they shall sign and certify and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be the president, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have such majority, then from the persons having the highest numbers, not exceeding 3, on the list of those voted for as president, the House of Representatives shall choose immediately by ballot the president. But in choosing the president, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. And if the House of Representatives shall not choose a president whenever the right of choice shall devolve upon them, before the 4th day of March next following, then the vice president shall act as president, as in the case of the death or other constitutional disability of the president. The persons having the greatest number of votes as vice president shall be the vice president if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have a majority, then from the 2 highest numbers on the list, the Senate shall choose the vice president. A quorum for the purpose shall consist of 2/3 of the whole number of senators, and a majority of the whole number shall be necessary to a choice. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States. Note: another amendment was proposed as Article 13 at the second session of the 11th Congress, but not having been ratified by a sufficient number of states, has not yet become valid as a part of the Constitution of the United States. It is erroneously given as part of the Constitution in page 74, Volume 1, Laws of the United States. Clerk's certification. I have examined and compared the foregoing print of the Constitution of the United States and the amendments thereto with the rolls in this office, and find it a faithful and literal copy of the said Constitution and amendments in the text and punctuation thereof. It appears that the first 10 amendments, which were proposed at the first session of the First Congress of the United States, were finally ratified by the constitutional number of states on the 15th day of December, 1791, that the 11th Amendment, which was proposed at the first session of the Third Congress, was declared in a message from the President of the United States to both houses of Congress, dated 8th January 1798, to have been adopted by 3/4, the constitutional number of states. And the 12th Amendment, which was proposed at the first session of the 8th Congress, was adopted by 3/4, the constitutional number of states, in the year 1804, according to a public notice thereof by the Secretary of State, under date the 25th of September of the same year. Daniel Brent, Chief Clerk, Department of State, Washington, 25th February, 1828. End of section 77. Section 78 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brenda McCracken. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. The Federal Constitution. Conclusion. As soon as the Constitution was presented to Congress, that body adopted a resolution by which it was recommended to the several states to call conventions within their respective jurisdictions to consider it and adopt or reject it. It was agreed that when 9 of the 13 states should ratify it, it should become the fundamental law of the land. In every state in the Union, there was a strong party opposed to the Constitution, and frequently the leaders in the opposition were men whose patriotism was beyond reproach. Among these was Patrick Henry of Virginia, who opposed its ratification by the Assembly of his state with all his gigantic powers. The annulling, to a great extent, of state rights, and basing the sovereignty too absolutely upon the popular will, were the chief objections to the instrument. For the experience of all former ages had shown that of all human governments, democracy was the most unstable, fluctuating, and short-lived. Despotism, arising from a centralization of power in the general government on one hand, and anarchy, incident to the instability of democracy, on the other, were the Scylla and Charybdis between which the Republic would, in the opinion of these opponents, be placed, with almost a certainty of destruction. Long and stormy sessions were therefore had in the several state conventions, and in most of them the majorities in favor of the Constitution were small. Footnote: a periodical devoted to the advocacy of the principles and doctrines of the Constitution was started under the auspices of Hamilton, Madison, and others. It was called The Federalist, and was filled with essays arguing in favor of the proposed change in the government. Those opposed to the Constitution styled themselves Anti-Federalists, and this was the origin of those party names, one of which is familiar to the ear even in our day. Washington belonged to the Federal Party, and although he saw many defects in the Constitution, yet it was so much better than all that had preceded it that he gave it his hearty support. It was during his administration that, quote, Republican, quote, party came into being, with Mr. Jefferson at its head. End footnote. It was not until the 21st of June, 1788, that New Hampshire, the 9th state, ratified it, and it became the law of the land. Rhode Island did not give its sanction until the 29th of May, 1790. The friends of the new Constitution greatly rejoiced when its ratification was secured by a majority of the states, and it was gratifying to see many of the patriotic leaders of the opposition submit cheerfully to the will of the majority and lend their aid in carrying its provisions into operation. Steps were immediately taken to organize the government under it, the most important of which was the election of chief magistrate. The friends of the new Constitution turned their eyes upon Washington. Indeed, his name seemed first to occur to the mind of the whole nation. The first presidential electors were chosen in February 1789, and on the first Wednesday of March, the Electoral College met to vote for chief magistrate. Washington received the unanimous vote of the electors, and John Adams was chosen vice president. But one act more remained to complete the glorious work begun in 1776 by declaring the colonies, quote, free and independent states, end quote. That act was the inauguration of the first president of the Republic, now placed upon a stable basis. It took place in the city of New York on the 30th day of April, 1789. As soon as Washington was apprised of his election, he proceeded to the seat of the general government at New York. His journey was one triumphant procession, grander far, because of its noble moral aspect, than any that ever attended the return to the capital of the proudest of Rome's many victors. No sorrowing captives, no spoils of palaces and temples, no gorgeous display of banners and spears and all the dreadful pomp of barbarous war attended the hero's march. But through busy towns and smiling fields his pathway to highest exaltation was laid out, and the shouts of a grateful people mingled with the songs of children and the sweet hosannas of women greeted him at every step. At 9 o'clock on the morning of his inauguration, Washington attended divine service, a fit preparation for the solemn scene in which he was about to engage. He then proceeded to the old Federal Hall, and upon the balcony, in the presence of assembled thousands, Chancellor Livingston administered to him the oath of office, and proclaimed him the President of the United States. The revolution was complete, the divine truth of man's equality was vindicated, and our republic, the pride and glory of the earth, started upon its wondrous career. In the language of that lamented statesman and sage, John Quincy Adams, we say to our countrymen, quote, and now the future is all before us, and Providence our guide. When the children of Israel, after 40 years of wandering in the wilderness, were about to enter upon the promised land, their leader, Moses, who was not permitted to cross the Jordan with them, just before his removal from among them, commanded that when the Lord their God should have brought them into the land, they should put the curse upon Mount Ebal and the blessing upon Mount Gerizim. This injunction was faithfully fulfilled by his successor Joshua. Immediately after they had taken possession of the land, Joshua built an altar to the Lord of whole stones upon Mount Ebal, and there he wrote upon the stones a copy of the law of Moses, which he had written in the presence of the children of Israel. And all Israel and their elders and officers and their judges stood on the two sides of the Ark of the Covenant, borne by the priests and Levites, 6 tribes over against Mount Gerizim, and 6 over against Mount Ebal. And he read all the words of the law, the blessings and cursings, according to all that was written in the book of the law. Fellow citizens, the Ark of your covenant is the Declaration of Independence. Your Mount Ebal is the confederacy of separate state sovereignties, and your Mount Gerizim is the Constitution of the United States. In that scene of tremendous and awful solemnity, narrated in the Holy Scriptures, there is not a curse pronounced against the people upon Mount Ebal, not a blessing promised them upon Mount Gerizim, which your posterity may not suffer or enjoy from your or their adherence to, or departure from, the principles of the Declaration of Independence, practically interwoven in the Constitution of the United States. Lay up these principles, then, in your hearts and in your souls. Bind them for signs upon your hands, that they may be as frontlets before your eyes. Teach them to your children, speaking of them when sitting in your houses, when walking by the way, when lying down, and when rising up. Write them upon the doorplates of your houses and upon your gates. Cling to them as to the issues of life. Adhere to them as to the cords of your eternal salvation. End quote. End section 78.
Section 79 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. The Stamp Act. Footnote. Received the royal signature March 27, 1765. End footnote. Whereas, by an act made in the last session of Parliament, several duties were granted, continued, and appropriated toward defraying the expenses of defending, protecting, and securing the British colonies and plantations in America. And whereas it is first necessary that provision be made for raising a further revenue within your Majesty's dominions in America towards defraying the said expenses, we, your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of Great Britain, in Parliament assembled, have therefore resolved to give and grant unto your Majesty the several rights and duties hereinafter mentioned, and do most humbly beseech your Majesty that it may be enacted, and be it enacted by the King's most excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Lords spiritual and temporal, and Commons, in this present Parliament assembled, and by the authority of the same, that from and after the 1st day of November, 1765, there shall be raised, levied, collected, and paid unto his Majesty, his heirs and successors, throughout the colonies and plantations in America, which now are, or hereafter may be, under the dominion of his Majesty, his heirs and successors. 1. For every skin of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any declaration, plea, replication, rejoinder, demurrer, or other pleading, or any copy thereof, in any court of law within the British colonies and plantations in America, a stamp duty of 3 pence. 2. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any special bail, and appearance upon such bail in any such court, a stamp duty of 2 shillings. 3. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which may be engrossed, written, or printed any petition, bill, or answer, claim, plea, replication, rejoinder, demurrer, or other pleading, in any court of chancery or equity within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 1 shilling and 6 pence. 4. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any copy of any petition, bill, answer, claim, plea, replication, rejoinder, demurrer, or other pleading, in any such court, a stamp duty of 3 pence. 5. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed, any monition, libel, answer, allegation, inventory, or renunciation in ecclesiastical matters, in any court of probate, court of the ordinary, or other court exercising ecclesiastical jurisdiction within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 1 shilling. 6. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed, any copy of any will, other than the probate thereof, monition, libel, answer, allegation, inventory, or renunciation, in ecclesiastical matters, in any such court, a stamp duty of 6 pence. 7. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed, any donation, presentation, collation, or institution of or to any benefice, or any writ or instrument for the like purpose, or any register, entry, testimonial, or certificate of any degree taken in any university, academy, college, or seminary of learning, within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 2 pounds. 8. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed, any monition, libel, claim, answer, allegation, information, letter of request, execution, renunciation, inventory, or other pleading, in any admiralty court within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 1 shilling. 9. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which any copy of any such monition, libel, claim, answer, allegation, information, letter of request, execution, renunciation, inventory, or other pleading shall be engrossed, written, or printed, a stamp duty of 6 pence. 10. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed, any appeal, writ of error, writ of dower, ad quod damnum, certiorari, statute merchant, statute staple, attestation, or certificate, by any officer, or exemplification of any record or proceeding, in any court whatsoever, within the said colonies and plantations, except appeals, writs of error, certiorari, attestations, certificates, and exemplifications for or relating to the removal of any proceedings from before a single justice of the peace, a stamp duty of 10 shillings. 11. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed, any writ of covenant for levying fines, writ of entry for suffering a common recovery, or attachment issuing out of, or returnable into, any court within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 5 shillings. 12. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed, any judgment, decree, or sentence, or dismission, or any record of nisi prius or posti, in any court within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 4 shillings. 13. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed, any affidavit, common bail, or appearance, interrogatory, deposition, rule, order, or warrant of any court, or any dedimus potestatum, capias subpoena, summons, compulsory citation, commission, recognizance, or any other writ, process, or mandate issuing out of, or returnable into, any court, or any office belonging thereto, or any other proceeding therein whatsoever, or any copy thereof, or of any record not herein before charged, within the said colonies and plantations, except warrants relating to criminal matters, and proceedings thereon, or relating thereto. A stamp duty of 1 shilling. 14. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any note or bill of lading, which shall be signed for any kind of goods, wares, or merchandise, to be exported from, or any cocket or clearance granted within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 4 pence. 15. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed letters of mart or commission for private ships of war within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 20 shillings. 16. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any grant, appointment, or admission of, or to, any public beneficial office or employment, for the space of 1 year, or any lesser time, of or above 20 pounds per annum sterling money, in salary, fees, and perquisites, within the said colonies and plantations, except commissions and appointments of officers of the army, navy, ordnance, or militia, of judges, and of justices of the peace. A stamp duty of 10 shillings. 17. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which any grant of any liberty, privilege, or franchise, under the seal or sign manual of any governor, proprietor, or public officer, alone or in conjunction with any other person or persons, or with any council in assembly, or any exemplification of the same, shall be engrossed, written, or printed within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 6 pounds. 18. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any license for retailing of spirituous liquors, to be granted to any person who shall take out the same within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 20 shillings. 19. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any license for retailing of wine, to be granted to any person who shall not take out a license for retailing of spirituous liquors within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 4 pounds. 20. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any license for retailing of wine, to be granted to any person who shall take out a license for retailing of spirituous liquors within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 3 pounds. 21. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any probate of will, letters of administration, or of guardianship for any estate above the value of 20 pounds sterling money, within the British colonies and plantations upon the continent of America, the islands belonging thereto, and the Bermuda and Bahama Islands, a stamp duty of 5 shillings. 22. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any such probate, letters of administration, or of guardianship, within all other parts of the British dominions in America, a stamp duty of 10 shillings. 23. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any bond for securing the payment of any sum of money, not exceeding the sum of 10 pounds sterling money, within the British colonies and plantations upon the continent of America, the islands belonging thereto, and the Bermuda and Bahama Islands, a stamp duty of 6 pence. 24. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any bond for securing the payment of any sum of money above £10 and not exceeding £20 sterling money within such colonies, plantations, and islands, a stamp duty of 1 shilling. 25. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any bond for securing the payment of any sum of money above £20 and not exceeding £40 sterling money within such colonies, plantations, and islands, a stamp duty of 1 shilling and 6 pence. 26. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any order or warrant for surveying or setting out any quantity of land not exceeding 100 acres, issued by any governor, proprietor, or any public officer, alone or in conjunction with any other person or persons, or with any council and assembly, within the British colonies and plantations in America, a stamp duty of 6 pence. 27. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any such order or warrant for surveying or setting out any quantity of land above 100 and not exceeding 200 acres, within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 1 shilling. 28. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any such order or warrant for surveying or setting out any quantity of land above 200 and not exceeding 320 acres, and in proportion for every such order or warrant for surveying or setting out every other 320 acres, within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 1 shilling and 6 pence. 29. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any original grant, or any deed, mean conveyance, or other instrument whatsoever, by which any quantity of land, not exceeding 100 acres, shall be granted, conveyed, or assigned, within the British colonies and plantations upon the continent of America, the islands belonging thereto, and the Bermuda and Bahama Islands, except leases for any term not exceeding the term of 21 years, a stamp duty of 1 shilling and 6 pence. 30. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any such original grant, or any such deed, mean conveyance, or other instrument whatsoever, by which any quantity of land above 100 and not exceeding 200 acres shall be granted, conveyed, or assigned, within such colonies, plantations, and islands, a stamp duty of 2 shillings. 31. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any such original grant, or any such deed, mean conveyance, or other instrument whatsoever, by which any quantity of land above 200 and not exceeding 320 acres shall be granted, conveyed, or assigned, and in proportion for every such grant, deed, mean conveyance, or other instrument granting, conveying, or assigning every other 320 acres, within such colonies, plantations, and islands, a stamp duty of 2 shillings and 6 pence. 32. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any such original grant, or any such deed, mean conveyance, or other instrument whatsoever, by which any quantity of land not exceeding 100 acres shall be granted, conveyed, or assigned, within all other parts of the British dominions in America, a stamp duty of 3 shillings. 33. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any such original grant, or any such deed, mean conveyance, or other instrument whatsoever, by which any quantity of land, above 100 and not exceeding 200 acres, shall be granted, conveyed, or assigned, within the same parts of the said dominions, a stamp duty of 4 shillings. 34. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any such original grant, or any such deed, mean conveyance, or other instrument whatsoever, by which any quantity of land, above 200 and not exceeding 320 acres, shall be granted, conveyed, or assigned, and in proportion for every such grant, deed, mean conveyance, or other instrument granting, conveying, or assigning every other 320 acres, within the same parts of the said dominions, a stamp duty of 5 shillings. 35. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any grant, appointment, or admission of or to any beneficial office or employment, not herein before charged, above the value of £20 per annum sterling money, in salary, fees, and perquisites, or any exemplification of the same, within the British colonies and plantations upon the continent of America, the islands belonging thereto, and the Bermuda and Bahama Islands, except commissions of officers of the Army, Navy, Ordnance, or Militia, and of justices of the peace, a stamp duty of £4. 36. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any such grant, appointment, or admission of or to any such public beneficial office or employment, or any exemplification of the same, within all other parts of the British dominions in America, a stamp duty of £6. 37. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any indenture, lease, conveyance, contract, stipulation, bill of sale, charter party, protest, articles of apprenticeship or covenant, except for the hire of servants, not apprentices, and also except such other matters as herein before charged, within the British colonies and plantations in America, a stamp duty of 2 shillings and 6 pence. 38. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper on which any warrant or order for auditing any public accounts, beneficial warrant, order, grant, or certificate, under any public seal, or under the seal and sign manual of any governor, proprietor, or public officer, alone or in conjunction with any person or persons, or with any council, or any council and assembly, not herein before charged, or any passport or let pass, surrender of office, or policy of assurance, shall be engrossed, written, or printed within the said colonies and plantations, except warrants or orders for the service of the Army, Navy, Ordnance, or Militia, and grants of offices under £20 per annum in salary, fees, and perquisites, a stamp duty of 5 shillings. 39. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any notarial act, bond, deed, letter of attorney, procuration, mortgage, release, or other obligatory instrument not herein before charged, within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 2 shillings and 3 pence. 40. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any register, entry, or enrollment of any grant, deed, or other instrument whatsoever, herein before charged, within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 3 pence. 41. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which shall be engrossed, written, or printed any register, entry, or any enrollment of any grant, deed, or other instrument whatsoever, not herein before charged, within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 2 shillings. 42. And for and upon every pack of playing cards, and all dice, which shall be sold and used within the said colonies and plantations, the several stamp duties following, that is to say, 43. For every pack of such cards, 1 shilling. 44. And for every pair of such dice, 10 shillings. 45. And for and upon every paper called a pamphlet, and upon every newspaper containing public news or occurrences, which shall be printed, dispersed, and made public within any of the said colonies and plantations, and for and upon such advertisements as are hereinafter mentioned, the respective duties following, that is to say, 46. For every such pamphlet and paper, contained in a half sheet or any lesser piece of paper, which shall be so printed, a stamp duty of 1 halfpenny for every printed copy thereof. 47. For every such pamphlet and paper, being larger than half a sheet and not exceeding 1 whole sheet, which shall be printed, a stamp duty of 1 penny for every printed copy thereof. 48. For every pamphlet and paper being larger than 1 whole sheet, and not exceeding 6 sheets in octavo, or in a lesser page, or not exceeding 12 sheets in quarto, or 20 sheets in folio, which shall be so printed, a duty after the rate of 1 shilling for every sheet of any kind of paper which shall be contained in 1 printed copy thereof. 49. For every advertisement to be contained in any gazette, newspaper, or other paper, or any pamphlet which shall be so printed, a duty of 2 shillings. 50. For every almanac or calendar for any one particular year, or for any time less than a year, which shall be written or printed on one side only, of any one sheet, skin, or piece of paper, parchment, or vellum, within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 2 pence. 51. For every other almanac or calendar for any one particular year, which shall be written or printed within the said colonies and plantations, a stamp duty of 4 pence. 52. And for every almanac or calendar written or printed in the said colonies and plantations, to serve for several years, duties to the same amount respectively shall be paid for every such year. 53. For every skin or piece of vellum or parchment, or sheet or piece of paper, on which any instrument, proceeding, or other matter or thing aforesaid, shall be engrossed, written, or printed within the said colonies and plantations, in any other than the English language, a stamp duty of double the amount of the respective duties before charged thereon. 54. And there shall be also paid, in the said colonies and plantations, a duty of 6 pence for every 20 shillings, in any sum not exceeding 50 pounds sterling money, which shall be given, paid, contracted, or agreed for, with or in relation to any clerk or apprentice, which shall be put or placed to or with any master or mistress, to learn any profession, trade, or employment. 2. And also a duty of 1 shilling for every 20 shillings in any sum exceeding 50 pounds, which shall be given, paid, contracted, or agreed for, with, or in relation to any such clerk or apprentice. 55. Finally, the produce of all the aforementioned duties shall be paid into His Majesty's treasury, and there held in reserve, to be used from time to time by the Parliament for the purpose of defraying the expenses necessary for the defense, protection, and security of the said colonies and plantations. End of section 79. Read by Jenny, 2024.
Section 80 of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacy M. Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing. Names of Delegates to the Constitutional Convention. The names of the delegates to the convention which met at Philadelphia in May 1787 to frame a new constitution were as follows. New Hampshire, on the 27th of June, 1787, appointed John Langdon, John Pickering, Nicholas Gilman, and Benjamin West. Massachusetts, on the 9th of April, 1787, appointed Francis Dana, Elbridge Gerry, Nathaniel Gorham, Rufus King, and Caleb Strong. Connecticut, on the second Thursday of May, 1786, appointed William Samuel Johnson, Roger Sherman, and Oliver Ellsworth. New York, on the 6th of March, 1787, appointed Robert Yates, John Lansing Jr., and Alexander Hamilton. New Jersey, on the 23rd of November, 1780, appointed David Brearley, William Churchill Houston, William Patterson, and John Nielsen, and on the 8th of May, 1787, added William Livingston and Abraham Clark, and on the 5th of June, 1787, added Jonathan Dayton. Pennsylvania, on the 30th of December, 1786, appointed Thomas Mifflin, Robert Morris, George Clymer, Jared Ingersoll, Thomas Fitzsimmons, James Wilson, and Gouverneur Morris, and on the 28th of March, 1787, added Benjamin Franklin. Delaware, on the 3rd of February, 1787, appointed George Reed, Gunning Bedford Jr., John Dickinson, Richard Bassett, and Jacob Broom. Maryland, on the 26th of May, 1787, appointed James Mahenry, Daniel of St. Thomas Jennifer, Daniel Carroll, John Francis Mercer, and Luther Martin. Virginia, on the 16th of October, 1786, appointed George Washington, Patrick Henry, Edmund Randolph, John Blair, James Madison Jr., George Mason, and George Wythe. Patrick Henry having declined his appointment as deputy, James McClure was nominated to supply his place. North Carolina, in January 1787, elected Richard Caswell, Alexander Martin, William Richardson Davie, Richard Dobbs Speight, and Willie Jones. Richard Caswell having resigned, William Blount was appointed a deputy in his place. Willie Jones, having also declined his appointment, was supplied by Hugh Williamson. South Carolina, on the 8th of March, 1787, appointed John Rutledge, Charles Pinckney, Charles Coatsworth Pinckney, and Pierce Butler. Georgia, on the 10th of February, 1787, appointed William Few, Abraham Baldwin, William Pierce, George Walton, William Houston, and Nathaniel Pendleton. The end. End of section 80. End of Biographical Sketches of the Signers of the Declaration of American Independence by Benson Lossing.